Things you never say to me. Oh, oh, tell me that you've had enough. Oh.
Yes, there is. Good afternoon. Welcome to the ION Toronto event happening here. Thank you all for coming in. I realize this is a holiday for many of you here, so thank you for joining us at this event. My name is Dan York. I am with the Internet Society as part of the Deploy 360 program, and I'll talk a little bit about that. But before we begin, I just want to talk a bit about the agenda for what we're doing today. So, obviously, it's great to see that. We're going to talk a little bit more about what it means and why people should care. Then Tim Winters, he's going to be followed by Jacques Latour, who is going to give an illustration of what CIRA did with .ca to go and sign in with DNSSEC and talk a bit about where that's going. And then Tim Winters is going to follow with an update on where we are with IPv6 deployment globally and how that's working. We'll have a break from 2:30 to 2:50. And then after that, I'm going to be back up to talk a little bit about the IETF 88 meeting that happened last week in Vancouver. And then my colleague Jan Zors will be up to talk about best current operational practices and some efforts we're looking at about how we're helping capture some of the best practices that you all have as ISPs and network operators and sharing them with other people and how you can learn perhaps from some of the efforts going on in other parts of the world and looking at how do we capture some of those best practices that very often are just shared in hallways or at events like this, but how do we share those to a wider audience? Then at 3:20, we'll be wrapping up with a great panel that Paul Anderson will be coordinating right here about, he'll be moderating about routing routing or routing, whichever you wish to call it, on the resiliency and security of how we make the internet routing infrastructure that much stronger and more secure. And we've got some great panelists to be part of that. It'll be a good thing. Throughout this, we're going to be actually asking for your time for questions as well, so we'll encourage you to do that. Then I'll come back at a closing to talk a little bit about an iPad raffle, and more on that in a moment. This is being streamed live, so we will ask you, if you're asking a question, to please speak to the microphone, because we are sending this out across YouTube Live. Streaming out over IPv6, by the way. It will go out that way, over YouTube Live. And then we're going to conclude at 4:30, where we'll go right into the welcome reception for the Canadian ISP Summit. We would like to thank Afilias, who is our sponsor for this. And yeah, let's give a round of applause to Afilias. Bringing you all here, getting the facility, all of the pieces, the food, everything that is part of this does take a good amount of money in addition to everything else. So we appreciate Afilias coming to the table to help with that and do that. We also, being the Internet Society, would of course like to thank the Canadian ISP Summit for providing a venue and working with us to allow us to do this ION conference here. So yes, thank you, Paul, and all the organizers. So there is going to be a drawing at the end, and you all should have received in your bag, correct? There's a little flyer in there, and if you fill it out, it will have a form, and at the end we're going to pull one of those, and we do have a freshly purchased iPad mini, very freshly purchased. So that will be going to somebody who is here, the lucky winner who stays on to the end. So with that, I want to just say a few words about the Internet Society's Deploy 360 program, of which I am a part. It is part of a program that we call the Deployment and Operationalization Team. It's myself, Megan Cruz, who's sitting here in the front, Jan Zors, who's here, and also Chris Grundeman, who sends his apologies, but he was unable to be here today. But our focus is around how we can help accelerate the deployment of protocols that have been developed in the IETF and other areas. So we look at what are some of these open standards and how can we accelerate their deployment to get them out there in a larger way. As you can see, the IETF does create these protocols, but sometimes they take a long time, like, well, IPv6, for instance. And so part of what we're looking at is how do we help? We were here 2 years ago. How many of you were here 2 years ago when we were talking? Okay, a few people were here. And in that time, since those 2 years, we've heard a lot of great feedback from people about what resources they need. We've been building out our website to add more of these resources so that people can learn a bit more and understand how we can go and get these deployed. We have 4 different components of what we do. Part of it is our web portal at internetsociety.org/deploy360, where we have this technical documents. We actually just put one up this morning about a deployment guide for DNSSEC for internet service providers, something that's been in the works for a little while. We also have an active program in social media. We do speaking engagements, and we do these ION conferences, and more on that in a minute. Our portal that we have content there focused for network operators, for content providers, a number of different people. Our 3 main themes right now are IPv6, DNSSEC, and what we call routing resiliency and security. It's not as specific around specific protocols, but it is talking more about how do we make the routing infrastructure more resilient and secure. We also have a very active blog. I mentioned this slide in part to say there's 3 parts to our site. One is we have these resources that we've been accumulating and writing and curating, finding them or adding them. We also have a very active blog where we're constantly updating it with news and items about new IPv6, DNSSEC, or routing pieces that are there. And you could subscribe to it and do all the typical things to keep up with that's there. And then we also have these ION conferences that are part of what we do. On social media, we're very active. How many of you follow us on social media? Okay, a number of folks. You can follow us. We're easy to find. We're usually Deploy 360 on pretty much every service that's out there in some way. And we are constantly, again, putting out more information about IPv6, DNSSEC, or routing. This is the 3rd of our ION conferences this year. We had one earlier, much earlier in the year in Singapore. We had another one in Krakow, Poland, just in September. And then we have this one. We've had other ones around the world. We're going out and talking to network operators like yourself and trying to understand what are your needs. And so part of why I'm up here saying this is that I would like to hear, the three of us who are here would like to hear from you. What are your barriers? What are the problems you're having with getting IPv6 or DNSSEC? What are they, and how can we help you? How can we take away some of those issues that are there? We speak around the world at various different events that are going on. We have what are called content roadmaps, and I don't expect you to necessarily look at this full thing here except to mention that there is something called our roadmaps up there, and we'd love to see you take a look at those and say, are there materials on here that you want to find? We're also interested in finding, I mean, we're not out here to create all this ourselves. In some cases, we've found some really good materials that people have created, and we point to those. So if you look at our roadmaps and you say, oh, they're looking for a tutorial about how to do IPv6 in a data center, and you wrote one up for your own internal usage or for some people in your area, hey, let us know, because we'd like to share that and get that information out there to the world. A large part of what we're focused on is how do we find that information and share that. So we're growing the site, we're adding more content to it. Our next several months, we're looking to try to fill out the roadmaps that we've defined. We're also always looking for more ideas of what you could need to use. We're going to be looking at adding some more content in additional languages that are out there and going on from there. We do really want to get your feedback. You can go to our site. There's a link on there for feedback where you can just tell us what you need, what you're looking for. We also have our email, which is deploy360@isoc.org, and you can get to us very easily. With that, I'm going to end right there, and I'll bring up Glenn to start to talk about the Internet Society of Canada. Any questions, I should say, before we get started? Audio sound good to everybody here? Okay, great. Well then, let me go ahead and bring up Glenn.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Dan, for the opportunity to speak. And I'd like to thank Melody, Shannon, Megan, the group. They're doing a fantastic job. And this is our first opportunity to speak to this audience. As Dan was saying, we like to showcase Canadian companies who are moving in the right direction. So this is an opportunity for our own website and Facebook to showcase Canadian success stories as well. So let me just go through. I only have a few minutes, so I'll go fairly quickly through the slideshow. But I'd like to also say our president, Evan Leibovich, is with us as well. So we'll have, if you'd like to talk to us personally, Evan, can you just stand up to show who you are? Also, we'll be at the ISOC courtesy booth as well throughout the conference. Okay, so this is a bit of a mind map for you on where the ISOC blogosphere exists. Okay, our mission, it's same as every single chapter, is to promote the open development, evolution, and use of the internet for the benefit of all peoples throughout the world. And again, we have solid objectives to foster, advance, and enable, and empower. Think of yourself within this ecospace. We'd like to invite you to become members of the ISOC community. Okay, right at the center, the bisecting of policy, technology, and development is where the Internet Society exists. With much of the discussion that has happened at WICIT, the forthcoming Brazilian Summit, the ICANN discussions, I think we can play an extremely important role. And I believe Canadians have done an incredible job in representing us in terms of the internet governance space. So how are we working? Well, we operate, as we said, we bisect the policy, standards, and education, and we believe that we can become a thought leader in the internet ecospace. Again, there's a lot of opportunity, and you have to look at where, and we're appealing to people here that are experts, people who have an opinion on different things. We have subcommittees within the organization. If there is something within this ecospace that you believe that you have something to say, we'll be doing webinars, as I'll talk about, and also our video series. And so we are looking for people to interview in our online live stream chats. So look at this space here and see where you can fit in. Again, some of the awards, and again, that's one of our aims is to find Canadians to nominate for the Internet Hall of Fame, as well as the Jonathan Postal Service Award, the Applied Networking Researching Prize, and besides that, there is community grants, ICT innovation, and individual fellowships. And unfortunately, the individual fellowships are not for Canadians, they're for third world or developing countries. Okay, so here we exist within the North American Bureau, up at the top, ourselves and ISOC Quebec, and there's a number of American organization cities that are also ISOC chapters. Okay, so we have currently in the ISOC ecospace 55,000 individual members, 90 plus global chapters, 130 organizational members, and again, your membership to ISOC gives all of us a powerful voice. Okay, so how can chapters play a role we want to engage and energize members throughout a common global vision. We are doing technical workshops and training classes. We have been participating with the CIRA Canadian Internet Forum and will this year in 2014 as well. Educational events we're planning, as well as typical policy issue advocacy. So this is one of our pictures that we participated when we first started the road towards becoming the Canadian chapter. We started in Prague, Czechoslovakia last year. So let's just give you a small little overview. As you all probably know, Canada is a digital leader in the global economy in terms of internet usage and innovation. Our nation's internet economy is expected to grow by 7.4% through 2013. Canada's internet economy accounted for $49 billion in 2010, roughly 3% of our GDP. That's compared to our G20 peers. Canada ranks 9th, but our ranking is actually slipping. Canada is a digital leader in the global economy, as we say, but it continues to lead the world both in terms of internet usage and innovation. However, the downward trend in Canada's digital ranking is continuing, and our reputation as a digital leader is in jeopardy. So, Canada is a highly wired society, we all agree. We are early adopters of the internet and broadband technology. Canada has one of the highest internet penetration rates, with nearly 8 out of 10 Canadians online. We have long winters. The vast majority of those are daily users, and Canada is among the top quartile of countries globally. So, according to the ComScore study in 2012, Canada is the #1 spot at 45 hours per month, almost double the global average. With the number of online hours increasing every year, Canadians are spending more and more time on social networking and entertainment sites, YouTube, Facebook, streaming of videos. A number of them are actually attributing to the popular content online. Okay, so according to CIRA, more than 2 million domain names have been registered since 2012. .ca is one of the fastest growing top-level domains in the internet ecospace. What about our broadband speed and cost? Well, broadband speed and price are our nation's digital currency. And while Canada ranks within the top 20 countries, according to 2011 OECD data, there's room for definite improvement if we consider that Canadians spend more time online than anyone else. Quick map, and by the way, these slides are obtainable from our website, and that's internetsociety.ca, so don't feverishly write down anything I'm saying. Again, this is a quick map of our speeds compared to other countries. Okay, so what are our concerns? When we first started up as a chapter, Evan did an extensive survey of existing members, and things that are really true and keen to Canadians is the issues such as digital divide, remote access, internet costs, and media mergers. Okay, so according to the Western Ontario study recently in March 28th, recent research on internet access demonstrated digital divide highlighted, and in this recent report, they talked about higher internet usage, urban versus rural. We're talking income differentials, higher income Canadians using the internet more often, and seniors falling behind. These are probably just common knowledge for most of us. Okay, so let's talk about Canada chapter. Again, this has been a long process. It has been a dream for over 20 years to have an actual viable national chapter in Canada. It took over 9 months for us to actually work cooperatively with ISOC headquarters in joint cooperation with ISOC Quebec, and also getting the feedback and sometimes criticism from other chapters in order to move through our bylaws and get incorporated. And in part, Chris Tassett has been extremely helpful with our incorporation, fantastic lawyer from Canada. In April 2013, the chapter has joined the ISOC community as a recognized chapter. So, okay, we want to invite you to become members. We invite you to join. First of all, you have to go to the internetsociety.org, and that's where you become a member. Apparently, there's over 1,000 people in Canada that have joined ISOC, but they can choose which chapter they would like to belong to, and you can specify which chapter you would like to belong to, and we ask you to join the Canadian chapter. We'll be doing monthly webinars and Google Hangouts. So we're looking for people who have an interesting story to tell. We'd like to interview you and broadcast various different topics. So as I was saying, contact@internetsociety.ca is my email address. The website is www.internetsociety.ca. And that's another way to get us is through our Facebook site as well. And that's it, Dan.
Are there any questions for Glenn before we go on? Can we get the mic? Where's the handheld? Oh, okay. So, could you run it, maybe? Let's, why don't you come on over here, Glenn? Okay.
I think it's on. I'm from Quebec. I'm wondering, can we be members of both ISOC Quebec and ISOC Canada, or is it one or the other, or how does that work? And do the two organizations work together, or are they fairly separate in terms of their endeavors?
Evan, did you want to add to that? You have to specify which chapter you like to belong to, so you cannot be both. They have their own board, they have their own charter. Again, we work very cooperatively together. Evan? Okay, that's pretty straightforward.
Any other questions or comments for Glenn while he's here? What are the fees was the question.
At present, there is no fee, but that will change over time.
Sign up for the demo now, the beta period.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay, thank you, Glenn.
Thank you.
So just one little logistical note is I am told the surveys were not in the bag. They're trying to be found. Okay, well, so we're working on that. So, there are no bags today. Bags come tomorrow. Okay, well, there may be okay, so we're working on the logistical details, so there will be some mechanism that you can put your name into something for the iPad drawing. You just have to stay here. We're locking the doors. If you stay here till the end, you're good, okay, right? Not really. We'll do something. Okay. So my next the next speaker is going to be Jim Galvin, who Jim has been a long time, I would say, friend of the internet in so many different ways, and been involved in IETF, in ICANN, in very many different activities, and also very involved with the Internet Society over time. So it's a great pleasure. I've been working with Jim now for the last while on a number of DNSSEC coordinated activities. And so I'll welcome Jim on up here to come up and talk to us about why DNSSEC.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you to everyone. I appreciate your coming here. I actually have a long history with DNSSEC, going all the way back to its beginning. DNSSEC started in 1993 when in the IETF, the working group was first chartered and the specifications began their design process. And I was chair of that working group throughout its entire lifetime. In fact, back in those days, it was my team back then at a former employer that wrote the first public domain implementation of DNSSEC. So this has been 20 years in the coming, and I guess like IPv6, it'll be around until it's urgent. And hopefully I can convince you that it's a little bit urgent to be into doing this right now. So very quickly, although I have a long history, the company I'm with now, Afilias, we have a long history with DNSSEC too, because they started back in 2008 in beginning to plan for signing TLDs. And in fact, they started with .org, which was their largest TLD. And a year later in 2009, they had signed.org. And then they began the plans for offering signed delegations so that registrars could sell them to individual people, you and I and various citizens, anyone on the internet who had a domain name, so they could sign their domain names too. So that in June of 2010, .org became the first GTLD at the time and the largest TLD with over 8 million records in the domain in the zone to sign the TLD for DNSSEC. And all of this was before the root was signed. So they were really an early pioneer and an early adopter of all of this technology. And then we began the process of signing all the rest of the TLDs. And you can see up here logos from the 16 TLDs that Afilias currently hosts. And we have hundreds more coming with the new ICANN GTLD program. So there's a lot going on in DNSSEC for us. We're going to talk a little bit today about DNSSEC basics. I'm not going to dig into a lot of technical details. You're going to hear much more about that from Jacques, who comes up after me, who's going to tell you about the .ca case study. But there are a couple of things that I want to highlight and talk about here. And then I'm going to talk about what the benefits are of DNSSEC, what it does for itself right now, and what it offers for the internet, what the future is, what the opportunity is, and hopefully motivate you to want to be involved and engaged and deploy it for yourself. So moving on to the basics. So what is DNSSEC? DNSSEC, up here on the slide you see a relatively technical definition of DNSSEC, but in simpler terms it's about taking this thing over here and this thing over here and putting them together and promising you that those things belong together. The DNS, the domain name system, is a mapping protocol. It takes a domain name and it maps it to some data element, usually just an IP address, so that you can find your website or your other internet service, whatever it is that you're looking for, and it puts them together and it offers that information out there for the internet. What DNSSEC does, DNS security extensions, is it promises that that binding is the right binding. And one of the other features that we built into DNSSEC, just to carry forward a feature of DNS, is that binding, you can hand it off to anybody, it can come from anywhere, and you can verify it and you can validate it. Okay? So it doesn't matter what the source is of that binding, as long as you get the binding and you get the signature that goes with it, it's always valid. And that's a critical feature of the DNS caching, and of course, it was important for DNSSEC to carry that forward too. The most important thing to recognize about all this is that DNS is a critical infrastructure protocol. Virtually everything that you do on the internet uses the DNS for all users. You can't go anywhere or do anything without knowing a name and looking up its address. So it's an important building block to everything that we have going forward. This is what the DNS operational system looks like with DNSSEC. Again, you're going to hear more about some of the details about how all of this works when Jacques talks up next, but there are two important things that I want you to see out of this slide. The user down at the bottom is sitting outside of the dashed green box all the way around. The idea here is that DNSSEC represents a cloud, if you will. It's a security cloud. It's a security service that the user simply uses and should simply take advantage of. They're not and should not necessarily have to be an active part of that system, anyone who's using the internet. It's inside that box, the infrastructure, where all of the real work takes place and all the pieces have to come together. And in fact, for those of you in this room who are ISPs, one of the critical roles that you play is in the bottom center of that green dashed box, the thing called an iterative resolver. The place where you can contribute most to the deployment of DNSSEC and moving this forward is to upgrade your iterative resolvers that you're providing for your customers and make that a validating resolver so that all of your customers can take advantage of the security that's provided by DNSSEC and the services and features that end up getting built on it. And of course, if you are providing authoritative servers for some other set of your customers, and I know that many ISPs do that, you'll have a responsibility there to upgrade and move towards signing services and providing that for your customers. So who are all the players that are involved in deploying DNSSEC and having it be a reality? Well, the largest part of the provisioning system is the domain registration system. And Jacques is going to talk about that next also. He's going to give you the case study for .ca. There are a lot of players in that business too. The registries, such as ourselves, Afilias. You have registrars, the registrants, those people who own the domain names. As ISPs, if you offer authoritative name services, then you're part of the second community. You're part of the domain name system as a whole that serves the internet as a whole, because you are one of the DNS operators and you have an important role in that particular place for supporting DNS security. And of course, you have a community role because you have to provide the validating resolver that allows the users, the applications, the web browsers, and other services to take advantage of DNSSEC. So moving on, what are the things that we get from DNSSEC? Well, originally, when the security extensions were put together, the primary goal was about protecting the DNS data itself. So you wanted to be able to provide this binding and ensure that you could promise it was the right binding. This really became mainstream news a few years ago when Dan Kaminsky demonstrated that you could easily take advantage of cache poisoning and you could do cache poisoning attacks on a scale, on an internet-wide scale level, and it was fairly straightforward to do. And so that was one of the things that made DNSSEC very important and motivated its another movement forward in trying to see deployment. But DNSSEC is really more than that. I mean, protecting the DNS itself is an important component, but that's because DNS is really a building block, and DNSSEC is an essential and critical cornerstone to building the next generation of safe and secure internet. You really need this in order to succeed at anything else. There are so many things that you can do, and even things that we probably haven't even thought of yet as far as moving forward with the DNS. And the reason why this is important is because without DNSSEC, you never really know if you're getting where you want to get to. I can have a label and I can have an IP address, but unless I've got that promise that that binding is the right one, I never really know if I'm getting to where I want to get to. Okay. But of course, most people are going to look at this and they're going to say, but wait a minute. I have TLS. I have my web browser. I get to see a green bar or a blue bar or a little padlock up there, so I must be secure. But my question to you is, quick poll of the audience, how many people are actually looking at the certificates that TLS is based on? Anybody actually look inside the certificates? I saw a hand go up in the back, but that's not fair because you're a speaker. So I know you're already there. Another one over here on the side, good. The certificate infrastructure is separate from the DNS, so it's a wholly separate thing, which means you have to verify it and check it separately. So what TLS gives you, what TLS SSL and what you're getting from your web browsers when you see that padlock or green bar, blue bar, and other things, you're getting a good encrypted tunnel. So you're seeing confidentiality. You're knowing that no one is listening to what you're doing, but there really is a little bit of a gap there on your endpoints, okay? And DNSSEC provides you an opportunity to increase the assurance that those endpoints really are the right place, that you really are getting to the right server. So DNSSEC and TLS are really complementary. You need them both to begin to build on a safe and secure internet and to grow your opportunity. So let's take a look at what I can do if I have these two things and I have this building block. What you get from DNSSEC is the opportunity to build more trusted domains. Once I have the opportunity to take these two elements, I can take a domain name, right, and I can map it to something. So I can map it to the name of the website. I can know that the website name is www, .example.info. I can know that that name exists, and somebody's not lying about what the name might be. Okay? You can tell with DNSSEC if a name doesn't exist. And once I know that they're bound together, I can look for the IP address of that website, and I can know that I can get there. And then with TLS, I can build a nice encrypted tunnel, which is very useful if I'm looking at my private information on the internet, if I'm looking at my financial services and I'm doing my banking online. So I get extra assurance. And another step in building the internet that I really want to have. Okay? That's the goal that we're after here. Of course, nothing that sounds as good as all of that is ever easy. There's always challenges. So there's always things that you have to get past. Security, by definition, increases the baseline of expertise that you need. And we're all going to bear the cost of that. Every enterprise who wants to do things securely, as a service provider who wants to offer secure services, who wants to do things securely even in your own environments, you're going to have to find people who understand the technology, can manage it for you, deploy it, and of course, facilitate your customer support personnel when you do have comments and concerns from your user community. There are issues with DNSSEC that really are kind of challenging. Key management is a subtle issue. It can be very challenging to get that right and manage the keys that are used for signing that binding that makes it work. But we're moving along. We're building tools that make that simpler and much easier. So there are a lot of software options out there. So these are things that you can look for and take use of in your own environments. There's a lot of public domain software that can help you. One new thing that this innovation has created for us, though, is this new relationship between DNS operators are now they have a role in the domain registration system. In order for DNSSEC to work, you have to get a key into the registry system, which means now you're not just a DNS operator who can serve authoritatively DNS information. If you're offering signing services, you're creating keys to do that. And you have to get that key into the domain registration system in order for it to be available to be distributed throughout the rest of the internet. That's actually a key technical issue which does not have a standard solution today. Okay? It's still something which is under experimentation. There are a number of options out there for doing it. But you as ISPs who provide validating resolvers, you as ISPs who provide DNS authoritative services to your customers, you now play an essential and critical role in the success of DNSSEC. So it's important for you to really look at this information. You'll find out when Jacques comes up to give his talk that they have some things to offer to you. They have some help they can provide to Canadian businesses and Canadian industries. So there's an opportunity for you to get a kickstart in moving forward and providing this internet that we're all looking for. So how do we create a greater demand for DNSSEC beyond just having presentations like this and telling people? I think we're past the early adopter stage, right? We're past the pioneers. If anything, we're sort of at the tail end of early adopters. Didn't move forward. At tail end of early adopters. In terms of legislated compliance, we have something close to that today. In the ICANN community, I mentioned earlier the new GTLD program. I mean, there's going to be 1,000 plus new TLDs that are coming into existence over the next couple of years. But one of the things that's interesting about those new TLDs is they are required to be signed. So they're required to offer DNSSEC. So hopefully that will provide an extra boost. They're not, unfortunately, required to offer signed delegations, but it's fair to say that many of them will. Certainly all of the TLDs that we host will, and I know that there are other significant registry providers that will ensure that their TLDs that they launch offer signed delegations and make them available. And that's important. So what we really are is in the early stages of registrant and user interest. And again, this is an opportunity for ISPs, and this is a role that you can play. The first step, of course, is offering a validating resolver. So even if you're not offering signing services yourself, you can at least facilitate your community having access to a more secure internet. Okay, allowing your community to have the opportunity to take advantage of new applications and new innovative services that use DNSSEC, and so that they can start using these new tools and thus motivate more people to want to have their own domain name signed. And then they'll push back on their domain registration service providers to ensure that that service and facility is available to them. So what else is next here? An important part in all of this is, given that DNSSEC, like really any security service, there are certain complexities. There are certain things that are hard. They require specialized skills. Well, last week at the IETF, I heard a phrase from Bruce Schneier. He offered this comment that one-click DNSSEC, he said one-click security is too complicated. And I realized, as I stopped to think about it, that that's a nice goal. That really is an interesting statement. It's an important one. The problem with security is we're always trying to involve so many people and so many players in it. It really has to be easy. It has to be possible for a user to do this, or a registrant to do this, and really it should be nothing more than one click in the worst case. The goal to aspire to is to do DNSSEC by default. Don't even let them click. They shouldn't have to. Right? If you find a DNS operator who does it and a registrar who offers it as part of their services, and it should just work. For the ordinary user who's sitting there at their browser or other application or service, again, they shouldn't have to do anything. It should just work. So I think that that's important. We have to centralize all this complexity and pull it into the infrastructure and protect the broadest user community, and thus allow innovators, allow people who have new ideas about how to build a safer and more secure internet the opportunity to do this and to get it done. And just in case you were thinking that you really didn't have to care about being a part of building a more secure and safer internet, last week was the IETF meeting, the Internet Engineering Task Force. And for those who don't know the IETF, it is the leading standards development organization that's responsible for the standards that make the internet work. They had a technical plenary last week. I'm sure that Dan is going to be talking a lot more about this later, but I want to make one point out of this. The engineers, the IETF community that was in that room at that time, all collectively agreed that pervasive monitoring is a threat to the internet. And we've known all along, you've always heard stories in the recent past about countries in particular, but even enterprises and other nefarious folks who do a lot of monitoring of activities on the internet. And we found out now from Snowden and the revelations that came up after it, of course, that even the US is actively engaged in these kinds of activities on a fairly grand scale. So when I was talking before about the complement of DNSSEC and TLS, the importance of that and building that into application services as we know them today, and then looking for those new opportunities in the future has never become more important. And this is the opportunity, this is the time. What those engineers agreed to is that we really do, in evaluating all of our existing protocols and practices, and we have to look for the gaps, the opportunity to do new things in order to better protect everyone and all users of the internet. So that's it from me. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take some questions, I guess, if I have some time. Dan? Anybody?
Thanks, Jim, and you do have some time, so if we do have questions, are there questions for people out here? Over there, John. It's coming to you. It's coming to you.
Maybe I have loud enough voice.
Not loud enough for the internet.
I'll repeat the question, but...
Okay. We've heard about DNSSEC for a number of years now. To the end user, will he see a difference? Will the browser make a DNSSEC request to the resolver? Or at what point does the chain get complete so that everything is DNSSEC?
So you're right. For DNSSEC to really be valuable, as with any security service, the closer that you can bring it to the user, the better. And what you really need in this system is for your browsers, your mail systems in particular, any kind of service to do its own DNSSEC validation, to do the validation of the records. So the system is not closed until the browsers actually incorporate that into their system and their applications. But browsers can't do that or depend on it until the validating resolvers are there. right? They don't have that opportunity unless they want to build their own resolvers into their application. And that, again, is where this community in particular, as ISPs, you play a critical role in supporting the innovation of these new services and integration of those things for users. My personal bias about users is users should never know the difference, because it should be possible for applications to do the right thing. If certificates have taught us anything about browsers, it's that users don't care about error messages and pop-ups. You know, did you really want to go here? I don't think I trust this certificate. You really need to set things up so that that goes away. It's either secure or it's not, and you end there. Thank you. There's a question over here, Dan.
Hey, great presentation. I just wondered if you had any viewpoints on some of the actual security issues involved with deploying DNSSEC, for example, the amplification attacks and some of the enumeration vulnerabilities, zone enumeration vulnerabilities that can happen once you've implemented DNSSEC.
So I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question. You want to know about
Well, I didn't see any points. Like there was nothing discussing the challenges some operators, as operators, we might face, for example, the amplification attacks we could be subject to, or the zone vulnerabilities where people can enumerate them. Even with NSEC 3, you can still actually walk a zone and get everything. I didn't really see any of those points discussed, and as service providers, I think a lot of those are valuable to us. So your thoughts on them and where we're going to solve those, really?
Well, you don't necessarily have to support zone walking or allow it if that's your concern, right? I mean, between NSEC and NSEC 3, the fundamental difference is that with NSEC 3, you can't walk the zone. And it came along later in the life of DNSSEC. It came along actually shortly after 2000 or so, when we really started to look at that issue, when privacy became a much more important and made more mainstream news. Do I think it's important? You know, we do NSEC 3 in all of our zones, but it's a choice that you can make for yourself. I would suspect that many TLDs will probably do NSEC 3. And also do what's called opt-out, so that you can only see the secure part of the zone. They sort of ignore everybody who hasn't implemented DNSSEC. And that's important for large zones because otherwise things just get too large. There is an investment in DNSSEC. You'll hear more of this from Jacques when he talks. But you're right, as you move forward, it increases, there's some increase in bandwidth usage. So there's some performance impact, but all of these things can be planned for, and you can scale for this. And I would expect an ISP to ordinarily have headroom anyway. So you know, it would just be an ordinary part of upgrading to get there. Does that answer your question? Thank you. Another question in the back.
So Medica KO IID, I just want to make the comment that when people are worried about DNS amplification attacks, what I would encourage everybody, especially in this room, being an ISP, to do is ingress filtering, right, and anti-spoof filtering. Because it's not really the larger packet sizes, as in DNSSEC or other issues that can be circumvented, that are the problem. The biggest problem is that people do not deploy anti-spoof filtering. And so I would really encourage people to look at deploying secure protocols, because that is where we need to get to, and provide mitigation techniques for attacks where best practices exist.
So thank you, Mara Kay. To add just a little bit more context to her comment, yeah, one of the things that's interesting about DNSSEC is because it makes responses to queries that much larger, so it takes more bandwidth to respond to things, the DNS then becomes an unwitting victim in a denial of service attack. Okay, so people can do queries and they can lie about the origin of that query, and thus, as an authoritative service provider, and even we at Afilias, I mean, we have one of the largest DNS infrastructures. We see these things every day, and there are others here in this room who are quite large and see this too. People they'll lie about the origin of a query so that the response goes to some poor, unwitting person. Now, for the most part, we absorb a lot of that traffic, but that little website down in the corner can't always absorb all those responses coming at them. And that's what she's referring to. So the issue here is you play a role in that too, because one of the things that you can do as an ISP is your ingress filtering So you can be sure that no traffic that leaves your network, okay, has a source IP address that didn't come from your network. Unless you're providing transit traffic, okay, you need to ensure that no one is lying about the source of some query that they're sending out there on the internet. And that will make a huge difference in denial of service attacks. It will have an extremely positive impact, and it will be noticed throughout the world. Because there's really nothing that we can do as an unwitting victim and an unwitting participant in this about these kinds of things. They're very difficult problems to deal with. So it'll help botnets in general in many things. So thank you, Mary Kay. Any other questions? Our microphone was taking a break and having a conversation elsewhere.
As we all aware that the world is quickly awaiting with technology, we have competitors out there. How safe our financial industries or market with using the DSSEC protection, and what are the benefits in case hackers or scammers try to get hold of your information?
So I'm not sure I heard all of that. You're asking about financial services industry and their deployment of DNSSEC?
Yes.
And why they haven't or have not done it?
Because there are so many competitors out there. How safe is it? Is it a benefit to the financial industry market, or is it not a benefit towards that industry? Or how, in case an attack from some of the cyber network, what are the procedures you take in case using the DNSSEC software or the installation?
Financial services are an interesting case study in all of this, because the reality is they've done an awful lot, even in the absence of DNSSEC, to enhance their own security. The standard, the gold standard in financial services is two-factor authentication. And really anyone of any significance or size, that's what they're doing. So it's their way of adding a level of authentication inside the encrypted tunnel that TLS provides. So they're providing a solution to this problem without DNSSEC. And they had to do that. I mean, they've been doing this for years. So they really had deployment ahead of DNSSEC, because you have this chicken and egg problem. So they're kind of ahead of the game in all of that. And that's just a function of where we are, unfortunately. I mean, you just don't have broad deployment of DNSSEC. I mean, they could sign their zones, and then they would have to begin the process of, rebranding their security services. But even to do that, they'd want the browsers to be functioning in a certain way in order for that to work. So there are some infrastructure pieces that are not present for them to just migrate, because they've already solved their problem to a large extent. They've helped themselves. But hopefully in the future they'll move towards this. As folks such as yourselves deploy validating resolvers and they become more ubiquitous, they'll have a greater opportunity to take advantage of that. We have another question back here? No? Andrew, you sort of have your hand half up. No? Anyone else? Okay. Dan, thank you.
All right, thank you, Jim, for that. That was great. So next up, we've got Jacques Latour, who's here from CIRA to talk about what CIRA's done with DNSSEC and .ca. So, Jacques, come on up.
Hello. Hello, hello. 2 years ago, I was at Movember with a big mustache, so this year is an improvement. Today I'd like to talk about DNSSEC. So the experience we've had at CIRA, and also I want to talk about how to get DNSSEC out there, get people to know more about it, actually use it, and implement out in production. So quickly about .ca, CIRA. So we operate the .ca domain name registry. We're the top level domain for .ca. So we run the registry, high availability infrastructure. We run the DNS for .ca, so we got name servers for .ca around the planet. Our goal is to have a available infrastructure for resolving .ca queries. And then I'll talk about how we implemented .ca in our DNS and registry. And the other thing we do is we do good stuff for the Canadian internet. So the money we make from .ca registration, we invest in the Canadian internet. So part of this is to promote IPv6, DNSSEC in Canada, to participate in various conferences and try to get people to know about the technology and get them to use it. And the other thing we do is we work on IXP development, so Internet Exchange Point. So in Canada, we've been working and deploying a couple of them in Winnipeg, in Montreal. So there's a couple of people from CIRA here. So if you want to talk about that, we're going to be here for the next couple of days to talk about Internet Exchange Point. But now I wanted to focus on DNSSEC. So for CIRA, implementing DNSSEC it's a three-phase process. Phase one was putting DNSSEC in our zone file. So that's called signing.ca. And it took us a couple of years to get that done. The issue with this was we're risk adverse. So we wanted to make sure we do it right with the solution that can support a new technology. So I'll talk about that a little bit. Second phase is to implement DNSSEC in the registry. So this is taking people that sign a second level domain, accepting the registration in our registry, and then putting that in our zone file. So there's a couple issues around doing this. There's a new aspect that I need to cover and make sure people understand. And the third phase is to get DNSSEC in to promote the adoption of DNSSEC. So this is doing like now, but more industry focused, talking to ISPs, talking to the banking environment, talking to universities and stuff, to get them to adopt DNSSEC in their current practice. So we'll start that next year, in our next fiscal year, in 2014, and build a plan to promote DNSSEC. So one thing we did with signing.ca is we had to develop technology internal to provide a high availability solution in signing our zone file. So if you do, you can search on the internet for DNSSEC and CIRA. You'll find a couple of presentations from that I did at ICANN meetings that's got details on technical architecture, how we actually signed the zone. But basically what we did is we have a solution with dual online signer. So because .ca, we need to make sure it's high availability. We signed the zone with one technology, bind, then we use a different technology, OpenDNSSEC, and then the output we compare to make sure that there's no bugs in either one that would cause our zone file to be invalid. So obviously the goal here is to produce on the internet a .ca that's signed and properly signed all the time. So we build a high availability solution where our backup site and our primary site are signing the zone file in parallel. So our solution is basically based on 5 or 6 years of experience with top-level domain operator on issues they encountered. So some of our peers, they put out a partial zone file, or they sign their zone file with invalid signatures. They all have different issues that cause operational outages. So our design tried to make sure that we actually produce the good zone file. So for the last 9 months, we didn't have any operational issues with our DNSSEC solution. The only problem is there's only 78 signed domains out of 2 million. So, and I suspect a good portion of the 78 domain are owners, registrant in this room. So outside, there's not a lot of adoption. So our goal is to increase that. So this is the technology to generate a signed zone with DNSSEC. DNSSEC in the registry, this is about getting, if one of you decide to sign your .ca domain, and you need to provide material to us to put in the zone file. And out there, I guess on a global basis, a lot of people are doing it differently. And it's causing confusion with adopting DNSSEC. So our key goal for CIRA was to develop a solution that was simple for registrar to work with us. So when you sign a second level domain, there's a new piece in the puzzle that is showing up in different aspects of managing the life cycle of a domain with DNSSEC. There's a DNS operator function. So in the past, you had the registrant that would want a domain. They have all the information they need to give us to create or register a domain. Now with DNSSEC, the issue is that once your domain is registered, on an ongoing basis, you need to have the DNS operator, the entity that's responsible to manage the technical aspect of your domain, to create keys and to manage keys and to change keys. And the issue is that the DNS operator is not necessarily the registrant. And then I guess the industry, we're still trying to figure out how to make that work properly. So we have issues with domain transfer and so on. So the DNS operator can be the entity managing the second level domain, the owner, or it can be a hosted company that manages the domain on behalf of the registrant, or it can be somebody, third-party entity, isolated from the registrant and the registrar. So we need to understand the impact of a DNS operator, and it's touching how we implement DNSSEC in our registry for .ca. So if you look at this is probably as technical as it's going to get. There's a DNS key there. So basically, the DNS operator, when they sign a second level domain, or third or fourth, they generate what we call a DNS key. So this is the key that you put in your zone file in the second level domain that is public to the world to validate that the information you provide is actually merging with the information you provide. The issue is that the parent, I guess the biggest issue with DNSSEC is the DS, which is a digest of your DNS key, has to be provided to your parent. So if you sign abc.ca, you publish a DNS key, somebody has to generate a DS record and put that in the .ca zone file. So you have to pass the baton from a child to the parent. So this means the DNS operator is the entity that generates keys, the cryptographic material, and somehow through the registrant, through the registry, the information has to be passed. So I guess the industry are trying to figure out exactly how to make this work as seamless as possible. And the best practice for DNSSEC is that on an annual basis, you should change your DNS key. You need to roll over your keys. That means the DNS operator needs to give the registrant the new key to be put in the registry. So that makes it a bit complicated, the ongoing process. So if you look at this, that's kind of a different way of doing it. But basically, you got the registrant on top with the DNS operator, and the information needs to go to the registrar. Then it goes to the registry.ca, and then we take that information, and then we put it in the zone file. So between CIRA and our partners, which are registrars, that's super easy. We implement a protocol, RFC 5910. It's EPP extension, which basically allows us to accept material with the registrar. So that technology, we're going to have that available in March this next year. So we'll be able to interface with registrar to accept keys. The challenge is if you, as an operator or a web hosting company, the DNS operator, how do we get the keys to us through the registrar? Easy. So some people might do it differently. So the RFC says that you should be able to support either accepting DS information in the registry, or you accept DNS key, or you submit both. So and then what we decided to do at Cira is to accept everything. So it doesn't, if you wanted to give us a DS or a DNS key or everything, we'll take whatever, make it super easy to work with, and not have a religious war on if we support DS or DNS keys or whatever. So we're going to build an interface to support every interface out there. So that's basically the approach that we're doing. That's going to be available in March. Some technical parameters will support up to 6 keys, pretty much all the protocols out there, all the parameters associated with RFC 5910 will accept in our EPP interface with registrars and our web interface. And the goal is to accept everything to make it easier for registrant to sign their zones and to work with our registrars. So the other thing I wanted to talk about is validation. So there's DNSSEC, there's 2 components to it. You sign your zone file. That means you put cryptographic material in the zone file to show that it's authentic. The second piece of it is the end user, the ISPs, the people using the internet, is the validation side. So actually taking the signatures and validating the information that's provided in DNSSEC. This is the document. That's the same document, Dan, right? That you have on your ION website. So there's a document. I think version 3 is going to be the next one. If you go there, it's going to give you the information how to the relevant information for an ISP to sign or to validate DNSSEC in their infrastructure. So I tried to put in one page everything that DNSSEC touches, from a client, a website, recursive or iterative name servers, the root, TLD, second level domain. And basically, what I wanted to show in there is that for DNSSEC to work from end to end, everything needs to be DNSSEC aware. So your web browser, your operating system, the stub resolver you have, the recursive name servers, everything from A to Z needs to have DNSSEC, either assigning part of it or resolving part of it, enabled or available for all of it to work. So it's the evolution. DNS has been the same way for 25 years. DNSSEC is the future of the internet, along with IPv6. So everything over time needs to be upgraded and updated to support DNSSEC. So from an ISP point of view, the ISP is the entity responsible for a client in validating a DNS query. And so with DNSSEC, it needs to be updated with the latest, or not the latest, but a recent version of DNS to support DNSSEC. So bind, unbound, all of those, and even Microsoft today support DNSSEC natively. So it's not new, it's available there. You just upgrade to the latest version and it will validate DNSSEC today. The other thing you need to do, make sure you got the recent server. You also, DNSSEC, it does cryptographic signature validation. So you need to beef up your hardware a little bit. You need to beef up your bandwidth. And to be able to do that online. So in talking to Comcast, when they enabled their IPv6 and DNSSEC a couple of years ago, they said you're looking roughly 10% increase in hardware and bandwidth to support DNSSEC. So some papers talk about 100% increase or 1,000% increase. From experience, practically, Comcast is about 10%. And that I validated last week with them, and that's roughly the number. So today, I don't think it's an issue for any ISP to support DNSSEC. The other thing you need to do, so you upgrade your hardware, you need to upgrade your network to let large UDP packet flow up to 4K, and also UDP fragments with eDNS. You also need to support TCP, DNS over TCP, and there's also the negative trust anchor for broken sites. What that is if somebody signs a domain incorrectly, you might have to configure your name servers to allow that domain to be resolved, even though it's been messed up by the DNS operator in terms of with signatures probably. So for the registrar that would like to have our information about our guide on how to implement EPP with .ca, it's available. Just let me know. I can send that to you. It's available in our .ca user guide or website. And well, if you have any question with DNSSEC, just that's the email address to send us information. Questions?
Okay. Thank you, Jacques, for that. And questions for the audience. Do we have anyone here who'd like to ask Jacques some questions? How can he help you implement DNSSEC? Anyone here? Who's going to implement it first? Who's already got DNSSEC implemented in their validating resolvers in their ISP network? Okay. Anyone else? What's stopping you?
Can we do like raise a...
Here we go. Here, can you run?
Walking mic.
What's stopping me? So really it's because I don't know how to make it go. It's unclear. I've read a couple of tutorials and how-tos, but it's not clear, is it GoDaddy that I need to give my data to, or Sierra that I need to give my data to? I need to generate some keys.
Talk closer again.
Sorry. So I don't know how to do it. That's the reason why I'm not doing it. I don't know how to do it. Okay. Do I need to talk to my registrar? Do I need to go to GoDaddy? Or do I need to, I can update my own name server, but then I need to start putting data elsewhere, to Sierra, to Tucows or OpenSRS or whatever?
So you're registrant, you got a .ca domain?
Right.
So you sign your own zone, you generate DNS key.
Yep.
And then you can, for now, until March, you can email it to us at this address, and then we'll authenticate you to sign your domain.
Right.
And then you'll be number 81.
Okay, that's cool. Great.
But if you have questions, we have technical staff that can help you sign the domain. Or actually, ION, they have a really good description on how to do that on their website,
Wonderful.
the ISOC.
Thank you.
So just to comment on that, though, too, there's two elements, right, to DNSSEC. One is what the gentleman was saying here about how do I sign my zone and get it out there. And that's the part you're talking about now, Jacques. The other part, though, is to enable the resolution within your networks. So that whatever DNS servers you're giving out to people on your networks, whatever those are, those validating resolvers, those are the ones that start to do DNSSEC validation. And Jacques put up a link, which we'll make available too, which is a really nice guide from the folks at SurfNet that shows how turning on DNSSEC validation inside of Bind and Unbound and Microsoft Windows Server 2012, it's really just a couple steps. It's even just, I think, one line in Bind's config file, for instance. So it's a very simple matter to do that, and then you start validating. Comcast turned this on for their 18 million customers down in North America. Some of the other large ISPs are looking at doing it down there as well. In Europe, there's a good number of the ISPs have already enabled that there. And that validation is that first step that Jim was talking about earlier to being able to do more of this. So one aspect is signing domains. The other aspect that you all as network operators can do is to turn on, enable DNSSEC validation on your DNS servers, on your caching DNS servers, on your caching resolvers, those things. And then that means that all of your customers will then be getting the benefits of DNSSEC as far as that security goes. I see a question over here. Actually, so this gentleman in the back there.
I almost laughed when you mentioned email the DS key to you. As DNS operators acting on behalf of many otherwise uninformed customers, let's say, what, I guess, authentication is in place to ensure that we're emailing you, I guess, the DS keys for the right domains? Can I email you the DS for google.ca?
No. No, it's a temporary measure until we have it in the registry with EPP and our registrar. So until you work with your registrars, then we accept it through a manual process, and then we have a authentication method we call, and we make sure you can, if you put it this way, if you can put a text record in google.ca to prove you can run the zone, then we'll add the DS. I doubt you can do that, but.
My name is Andrew Sullivan. So as an operator, I'm somewhat sympathetic to ISPs who may be sitting here and saying, what you're telling me is I have to spend money in order to increase my capacity 10% on my servers and on my bandwidth, and there appears to be no benefit for me in this. So let me just make an argument that there is in fact a benefit as an ISP to deploying validation on your servers, and that is that you can't be poisoned. So one of the key things that we've seen lately, of course, is that we've got a number of attacks against the network, and one of those is potentially that we're going to be sending people off to the wrong resources. If your customers go to the wrong place, that's going to redound to you, and you're going to have support costs. So there are support costs associated with DNSSEC because you're going to end up having when NASA screws up its signature once again on Mars rover day, you're going to get calls, and so you're going to want to have negative trust anchors, and there's operational cost to that. But if you are poisoned and you're sending all of your clients off to the wrong place, and people get phished or whatever, you're going to have a bad day too. And so this is really insurance for your own network, and I strongly encourage you to look at it as a really cheap insurance against the attacks that we know are more and more pervasive.
So by a raise of hand, can you say which ISPs are planning or to resolve DNSSEC and not planning? Or so let's go planning. 1, 2, 2, 2.5. So not planning, like they do. That's a deliberate choice of not doing DNSSEC in their infrastructure. 1. The rest is just education, benefits. Already deployed? 1. 2. Okay. So more education, I guess.
Hi, Paul Wouters, Red Hat. I just want to remind people here too, if you're running a resolver based on a modern operating system such as Red Hat Enterprise Linux or Debian or Ubuntu, be aware that validation is most likely already enabled and running for you because that's how modern OSs ship it out of the box. So many people here might actually be already running a validator without knowing that.
That's true.
Other questions, comments? Other questions or comments out here? Oh, over there.
question about the DNS. Does it has another network linked to it, or can it affect linking with other network? That's one. Upgrades. Do we have an upgrade package for the DNS? Sometimes you start off single, you get a trial in certain networks, but we want to know if you're given a year, if there is a price after or...
I can't hear proper.
You can hear me? I'm asking because there's other network involved on the internet. Is there a problem connecting with the DNSSEC installation? And because there is a certification, is there an upgrade package? Like, can you start with a beginner, then you advance, middle, and then you get premium? Like, you get silver, gold, platinum with a cost?
Oh, so you're basically asking for there's costs involved in doing DNSSEC?
Yeah, there's an upgrade.
So for .ca, we don't, for signing a .ca domain, we don't charge more. Okay. The DNS operator and the registrar might charge more for security because they're adding more features, so it might be more work on their side, so it might be a cost associated there. But you do get a more secure domain. But for .ca, we don't charge more. And for the rest, the software doesn't cost more to validate DNSSEC. It's part. Most technology today support DNSSEC validation.
Anyone else? We've got Jacques on stage. Put him on the spot.
DNSSEC is exciting. DNSSEC is exciting. How do you say that? Exciting? It's great. All right.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next up, we're going to have Tim Winters come up and switch gears a little bit and talk about IPv6, where we're at, what's going on, all those kinds of issues. So Tim is from the University of New Hampshire Interoperability Lab. And I don't know if are you going to talk a little bit about what you guys do?
Sure, I can talk about it.
Okay. So anyway, he is from nearby in New Hampshire and is with IOL, which has a great amount of IPv6 testing. But I'll leave it to Tim to talk a bit more. There you go.
So I'm here today to talk about v6 deployment, where we're at, what things are going on globally, what tools ISPs can use to help them deploy v6. How many people have heard of v6 before? I don't know how much backtracking I got to do here. So how many people have heard about it? Great, wonderful. It's good audience then. So today I'm going to cover current deployments. I'm going to cover this really in two ways. One, ISP deployment. Network operators, what they've posted, what kind of statistics we have. I'm also going to cover websites. That's a big one. Content providers, what websites are giving out, what kind of information they have. This is the important part, right? Just because network operators get it to your house doesn't mean that they have something to look at. So there's two sides of this. We have to get the websites working, and we have to have the network operators bringing v6 to the home. We're also going to talk about networking equipment, and the reason we're going to talk about that is because you deliver it to the house. If none of the things in the home work, it's useless. You've brought this great v6 pipe to the house, but the users can't use it at all because their home router, their TV, their computer don't support v6. So those are the kind of things we're going to talk about. I'm also going to touch on a little bit. I think Dan will probably have some of this too with his IETF update. I'm going to talk a little bit about where v6 is going, some of the new things it's been doing from a high-level perspective. All right, so here's the really good news. Google this year posted that their v6 traffic from October of 2012 to October of 2013 doubled. Right? They announced that we had 1% in 2012, now we're up to 2%. That's really good. It's been doubling almost every year for the last 2 years. So next year, hopefully 4%, fingers crossed. It's going up. We're seeing more content, more stuff out there. The amount of traffic is obviously growing. If you want to look at any of these measurements, I've put the link here. All the measurements I'm going to talk about come from the World v6 launch day. That's been an ongoing thing, basically. They launched in June of 2012. Yeah, June of 2012 is when we did it. And since then, more operators, more websites have been uploading their information. So a lot of the statistics I'm using for today come from that website. If you want to check it out yourself, go. They update pretty regularly. I have snapshots in my presentation that I'm going to talk about today. So feel free to go to the website, check it out yourself. This first one I'm going to talk about is network operators. So this is currently what we're looking at for percentages, right? If you go to this website, there's, I want to say 70-some network operators currently listed. Now, some of these network operators are universities, so not quite a network operator, but they are running a campus and they are deploying v6. If you look at this, we've got some pretty big ISPs. This is the default page I just pulled from it. You can search for ISPs. I tried to search for a couple of Canadian ones I knew, and I didn't see them on here, but go check yourself. Go check it out. These are their deployment rates, so we have the ASNs they have, but also how much they've deployed to the users. So these are users currently using v6. So what that means is that an ISP might deploy v6, but the user might not use it, right? So this statistic is actually people actually using it is how it's judged. So Comcast, for example, has 8.2%. Verizon Wireless has, as you see, a very high percentage. The reason for that is they have a much tighter control over the wireless handsets. So they can turn it on v6 a lot easier than a broadband or wireline ISP. They have a very high number. We have some other ones in here, Free Telecom in France, Time Warner. These are all global, obviously, and it varies from country to country. I'm going to talk about that more in a minute. But any operator who is deploying v6, I urge them to go to ISOC's page and participate in this so that users can see what you're doing, how much you've deployed. These numbers have been going up pretty steadily over the last year. This is just a website traffic showing that basically the top 100 sites reachable over v6, we're about 12.5%. These are people actually accessing it over v6, not the number of sites available. So it's a pretty good percentage if you talk to the website content guys. They've seen this steadily increase. As you can see the numbers, they spike. They've been going up as basically when an ISP rolls out v6, their numbers jump every time. So another good sign for the deployment of v6. All right, so this is the world v6 adoption map. Green is good. White is not so good in the sense that not a whole lot has happened. Red is bad from the perspective of it's been deployed, but there's some issues, some latency issues. So red is a bad deployment is how I'll put it. But white isn't good either. White means that you're not deploying a whole lot, right? So as you see, the US is green. There's some other interesting ones here. Peru, green. Europe has a whole block of countries in there, and I'm going to talk about this more. China is a shade of green. Canada is a very slight shade of green at the moment, but it's there. Australia is green. We've got some red countries. Japan is red because they deployed v6 a little bit early, and they have some latency issues. When they deployed it, they basically have a infrastructure walled garden that causes them a little bit of pain, but they've been undoing that over the last couple of years, and the latency's been improving over the last couple of years. But as you can see, it's been a slow process for world adoption of v6. It's a slow moving, and today I would love to hear some questions as we get further along about what people are stumbling on or what they need help with. So I took Canada's number from there, and it's 0.33% of users are using v6 in Canada. I gave you some other countries and their numbers. So Romania, 7.5%. US is 4.2, Peru 4, China 1. Australia is pretty close to you guys. They're 0.4 also. France is 5.4. The real thing here is, how can we help Canada get this number up? Because this number's got to be higher, right? That there's a lot of tech stuff here. This number is sort of disappointing. I was kind of surprised when I went to look at this. This is something that I'm hoping people in this room will help increase so that next year when someone comes back, or if I come back and give this presentation, I can have much better numbers to give you guys. It's a little surprising, but that is what it is. Now I will say this statistic comes from the Google website, and they have a metric that they use to get how many users are going to google.com. It's a pretty good litmus test. There's a lot of users that go to that. Facebook has slightly different numbers, but if you talk to the Facebook guys, they're pretty close to what Google announces. So I pulled these from the Google statistics. If you want to check it out, just go to Google's IPv6/statistics, and that will show you what their stats are. You can click on all the countries and see. They actually explain how they get the numbers if you're really that interested in it. So, the second question I get when I say, hey, how can I help you deploy v6? A lot of people's problem is they don't even know, how to tell the equipment they're buying or putting in their network. How do I make sure that it's v6 ready? There's lots of test programs out there. There's the USG test program. That's really for the US government, but you feel free to use it. That program lists a lot of RFCs. Go look at the profile. If there are things that are important to you, you can just leverage that. The US government, anyone selling to the US government does that testing, right? So you can actually leverage that and say, did you do US government testing? Your buyer says yes, that means that they're pretty far along in their v6 deployment. There's also the v6 Ready logo program. That logo program is a global program that's used around the world. It basically is a program that allows manufacturers to put a sticker on their equipment to say that they're v6 ready. It takes a lot of the base RFCs and tests it for you. Now, do you still need to do testing on your own when you go to roll out v6? Absolutely. Right, but this gets you a low bar. You realize you can put this device in your network or wherever it is you want to, and it probably won't wreck your network from a v6 perspective. Will it do everything you need? Probably not, right? You're gonna wanna do some integration testing. The real thing here is it's base v6, so for applications, you're gonna wanna try them, right? Don't just assume that your application that worked over v4 will work over v6. There's probably a good chance it won't, right? You're gonna have to do some integration and ask some questions, but when you go to look for devices, the US program, the v6 Ready, both of them have lists. I think I have them later in the presentation. You wanna go to them, I'll explain a little bit more about these programs, but you wanna go to those sites, look up both of those programs have public websites. You can go to them and go see people's networking equipment and see what they have, what people have built. And if someone isn't on that list, ask them why they're not. They might have a very good reason, but you're going to want to ask your suppliers what they're doing so that when you go to roll v6 out. And I'll say, the stuff you're buying today, you want it to do v6, so when you turn it on, you can just turn it on. Your worst nightmare is something you buy today, and when you go to turn on v6 in 8 months or a year or whatever it is, and then you just bought equipment that doesn't do v6 and has no upgrade path. You're in trouble, right? Because now you got to rebuy something that you just bought. So I urge you to start thinking now about how you're going to buy v6 equipment and starting to work on those lists and asking the people that you're working with, if they don't have v6, they better have a really good roadmap, because at this point, we're pretty far along down the v6 path, and they better have a roadmap for updating. Also, World v6 launch, which I mentioned earlier, they had a website network operator. So the third component of what they had was a program for home routers. And the reason they had this is because during World v6 Day, network providers said, hey, we're bringing v6 to places people say we're not ready. Our problem is the home gateways don't support v6. So while my edge infrastructure supports it, the router that the user is buying, whether they go to Best Buy or the ones that we have to supply, our suppliers, don't support v6. So they added a component for home routers. And this was really important in that now home routers supported v6. At least right now, to your house, they can go, if you plug directly into your router, it's on the World v6 launch list, it'll support v6. It'll get you v6, you can get out to the internet, you can do all those cool things. Real quick, the v6 forum, this has been around since 2001, so this is the Ready logo program. This program is a global program. It's got lots of participants from all over the world, so we work with labs in Japan, China, North America, who am I missing? Oh, Europe. All those different areas, we've worked with labs to create this test program. It's basically so that we're not testing v6 in 1,000 different ways in 1,000 different places. It's a coordinated program. Everybody's getting the same testing with the same results to baseline. The Ready logo covers things we've heard today about security. It covers things, there's logos for IPsec, IKV2, core testing, DHCP, MLD for multicast. We're about to launch one for home routers. Again, this is something you should be looking for. You should be talking to the people you're buying equipment from and asking them if they have these stickers. Currently, there's 800. We have a lot of devices on the list. This was March of last year. I asked for an updated one, but I didn't get it in time. So we're at 800, and I'm guessing now we're probably close to 1,000. We're probably close to 1,000 devices that we have out there with stickers on them. And they vary from core routers to home routers to webcams to mobile phones to PCs, but go check out the list. There's a huge list of devices that have done this testing. As you can see, oddly enough, this is really something you need to be asking the people you're working with. You'll see we have about 68 IPsec logos. The scary one is we have 14 DHCP logos. That's it for v6. If you're deploying v6 DHCP in your network, you'd better start asking people if they do it. I've heard some horror stories about people who go to turn on DHCP and find out that half of their systems don't support it in any way, shape, or form. Right? v6 by default doesn't have to support it, and there's a lot of implementations out there that do not do it properly. So it's a question you need to be asking if you Most of us as network operators like DHCP. It's a problem if it doesn't do it. So this is the startling stat with this one. I don't know why it is. I think sometimes people just haven't tried it. They assume it's like v4 and it'll just work. And I urge you, the DHCP v6 implementations are nothing like the v4 ones. There will be problems, and you're going to want to look at them. I talked about this a little bit. Go to this link, and you can see the World v6 participant launches for the home routers. Also, for website manufacturers, all of that stuff. Go check these out yourselves. They're getting updated on a regular basis, so check back, every once in a while. USG test program, this is one you guys can use to leverage. Basically, this is a program the US government does to buy equipment. You have to go to an accredited lab to do the testing. It's a little bit different than the other two programs. The other two programs allow vendors to self-test. This one, you have to go to a lab. You can leverage it, though. It's basically what the profile deals down to is a bunch of RFCs. If there's things that you want to have in your network, you can ask vendors to provide the same information that they provide to the US government. Most of them have to do it anyway, so you're not making any more work for them. They have this document sitting somewhere. Looking ahead, V6 things we're looking at in the future. I talked about we can get to the home now. We're starting to work to get into the home. So doing more stuff to make home networking work, like televisions, NASs, more home routers, multi-home routers, which leads us to smart objects, low power devices. So you're talking turning V6 on in your thermostat, on your power meter. All of those things need V6. When we went to V6, the big thing was we had all these addresses, so we could put IP everywhere. And so V6 is starting to move into outside of the core infrastructure, starting to get into smart objects. The other with V6, obviously looking ahead, where end-to-end applications are obviously a key part of this. End-to-end security is another thing. The IETF, talked about its pervasive monitoring. End-to-end security is obviously part of that, and V6 nicely lends itself to that problem. So these are all things V6 moving forward, things that we're going to continue to test or look into. A little bit about what I do, the IOL. I come out of a university, University of New Hampshire in Durham, New Hampshire. We're a third-party test facility, and really we came out of the research department. We do this testing to help companies interop with one another in a neutral environment. We test about 20 different technologies. Today I'm talking about V6. Just to give you guys an example, I have about 30 undergraduate students who work for me, and they've all already been hired, the ones that can be, so don't. They're all out there. They're always gone by the time. Most of them have jobs if they graduate in May, they've been hired by February. They're V6 experts. They're few and far between. So we basically work with undergraduate students to help them learn technologies, learn how to test them, and then we teach them how to be professional engineers, working with customers, working with things. Our mission statement is really to help the industry, but also create student engineers. Questions? Ooh, lots of hands. All right.
So, Jim Galvin with Afilias. So interoperability lab, I realize this is not an IPv6 question, but I can't resist.
Yep.
So you're going to do DNSSEC testing?
I knew you were going to do this. We haven't set up a DNS testing program. I have done an interop for people when they've asked for it. Interestingly enough, we deal a lot with the manufacturers, and we haven't heard a whole lot about this, but I will say there's a good possibility. We work really closely with NIST and other organizations. I wouldn't be surprised if we started a DNS consortium around that. I will say I haven't heard of a ton of interoperability issues, which is probably why we haven't seen a ton of requests, but that's a good sign for DNSSEC, right? I mean, when I get called about a technology, it usually means that devices from two different manufacturers, when you plug them in, fail miserably, and we help facilitate everybody working together to fix the problem. So it's a possibility for sure.
Hi. My name's Evan Leibovich. I'm with ISOC Canada. A couple of questions. First of which is, when I've been going out and trying to explain IPv6 at a grassroots level, the pushback that comes back is sort of, well, is there anything that I can't do with IPv6 that I can already do with, well, they don't say carrier grade NAT, but that's what they're using right now. And so the impetus to change seems to be really difficult if the status quo serves the purpose that most people need. So what can you say in terms of compelling reasons, at least to explain at an end user level, why people would want IPv6, if there's security issues, if there's other things to do with that? Do you foresee having this tipping point of having some website coming and saying, this is really good content, but it's IPv6 only, so you're going to need to have that in order to get that content? And my last question was a little more technical, and that is, do you know if any of the OpenWRT or these flashable things for routers, if they're capable? Thanks.
All right, so I'll answer the last question first because it's the easiest one, and the answer is yes. There's lots of open source v6 home routers out in the industry. There's a new ISC initiative around this called Home Gateway. There's OpenWRT. There's a couple of open source packages for home routers, so for sure. For CGN versus v6, this is actually, I mean, there's been a lot of studies on this, and the main problem that people are running into when they deploy carrier-grade NATs is applications. Every time a new application becomes available and uses a lot of ports, right, the carrier-grade NAT has to design a solution, right? It's an extra box in your network now that you have to, every time a new application gets rolled out, whether it's, in this case, if it's over the top sometimes, right? You as an ISP have zero control over Netflix or whoever it might be, right? That if the user is using those types of technologies over your network, your carrier-grade NAT is going to have a solution for that. If they don't have one right off the bat, your users are going to have a bad experience, and they don't call Netflix, they call you, right? They call the ISPs. And that's the real bad case for carrier-grade NAT, is that applications as they deploy, if the carrier-grade NAT can't deal with the connection, you know, if it's using a lot of ports and has to do some hairpinning or some other issues, there's been, you know, Xbox had a study on carrier-grade NATs around peer-to-peer that was a big issue for them. So peer-to-peer gaming was really hard through the carrier-grade NAT. Now they've solved that, but this is what happens. Every time an app comes out, it takes time for people to solve the issue instead of just moving to v6. Also from an operational standpoint, it's another box you have to keep in your network. You have to keep it up. Like, it's just adding more complexity to your network where it's not needed. From an end user perspective, there's two things I say here. One is you're constantly going to be fighting with your carrier grade NAT for every app. And then the second thing is it's more operational expense. Okay, so the question was for the audience is did I see any killer app for v6? There's always people coming up with great ideas. I think the real thing here is end to end, right? As people come up with more stuff on their phone or whatever it might be, yes. Do I actually know what it is? No, I'd be very, very rich if I knew what the killer app was. No, I have no idea what it is, but I think it's honestly the model more than it is the actual app. It's, you know, it's going from end to end and not having to have all this infrastructure in between to make it work.
Around the end user question, are there any real efforts to focus on the education of the security challenges with IPv6? For example, a lot of SMB or residential customers, wrongly, but they still do, rely upon NAT as a really bad form of security. Yeah. The minute you go to a v6 world, and we talk about them as v6 routers because that's what they are, your PCs now, instead of being behind this false sense of security that is NAT, are now directly routable to, and a lot of the routers that are out there today don't actually provide v6 firewalls unless you buy higher, like a lot of the D-Link lower end stuff won't do a v6 firewall. So you have to really convince the user, though, the point of doing SPI and stuff, which, I mean, do we really expect SMB customers and users to do that? Or like, I guess, how are we going to educate them in that?
All right, so there's a couple things. I talked about the v6 Ready test program. That has firewall requirements in it, so if they're not on that list, I guess that's possible. I mean, I work really closely with a lot of these guys, and, you know, that's changing right now. Putting those firewalls in place that can protect the network. Obviously, the other thing here is there's always new attacks. So from a security perspective, yes, I'm aware that people think NATs keep them safe, and those boxes still had firewalls in them, and the v6 home routers will too, right? As they get deployed, they will have the same level of security. Those home router guys do not want to get put on the front of a magazine saying that they have a bug that you can get into their box. Now, it still happens. My answer to this is it still happens in v4, right? There are still bugs that come out where they have backdoors, and you still have the same issues. I don't think it's actually that different than v4 today from the NAT perspective. Those v6 guys are those home routers try to be very cautious about, honestly, they shoot more than they should, right? Those firewalls kill more connections, probably sometimes good ones, right? In the case of, you know, PathMTU and some other things, they'll shoot down good stuff. which isn't, while it's not great for the end user, it's probably better from a security standpoint that they shoot things they don't recognize, right? And so sometimes that's the bigger issue. We've all had that issue with V4 where your NAT's destroying your app, right? And as a gamer, you have to log in and change the port so that it works, right? So it's the answer to that is I think it'll be the same. I think you'll have parity, right? I think you'll have parity with the V4 stuff and the V6 stuff outside of NAT. Regardless of NAT, I think the security will be the same.
I have two questions for you.
Yep.
A couple of years ago, we were told that China had run out of IPv4 and that they were going to go IPv6 in a big way. How come they're not green? And how do you explain the difference between Canada, the US, and Canada, Australia? Canada, Australia should normally be roughly the same. How come we're so far behind? Is there any reason for that?
So I'll answer the first question first. We mentioned carrier grade NATs. A lot of ISPs cannot or have run out of V4 addresses, and they do not have enough V6 equipment available to them to buy today. So they have to put a carrier grade NAT in. So for areas that have run out of V4 addresses, they've got to be doing something to make that work. If you talk to a lot of the operators, they realize carrier grade NATs are a Band-Aid, not the solution. So they're trying to get V6 as fast as they can because it's extra CapEx for them. So in any of these countries' case, not just China's, right? When your area runs out of V4 addresses and you have new users, whether it's mobile, whatever it is you're doing, you're out of addresses. You got to do something, right? And from an ISP perspective, you have two choices. You can deploy a carrier grade NAT, or you can try to roll out V6 faster, right? Now, to answer your other question, why is the U.S. so ahead of Australia and Canada? I think some of this is, there's some ISPs that have done a lot of very good work in the U.S. to roll out V6. Some of them, like AT&T on this list, did it through a transition mechanism called 6RD. It's not native V6, but it still gets you V6. Comcast is all native, right, in the U.S. Both of those are very large providers that give out a lot of internet, which is how they get. That's basically how the U.S. is ahead. They have two large infrastructures. Also, Verizon Wireless is a mobile provider, ups that number, right? So, that's the answer. It's getting provided to people's homes in the U.S., which is why its adoption is so much higher.
Okay. Last question. For a home gateway, let's say I have a big TV that's IPv4 only, and I'm not going to change it because I just bought it last year. Yep. If I get a router, should I get an IPv6 address and have the router basically do 624 support for my TV, or should it be both stacks at the same time?
All right. So most home networks will be dual stack, so they'll have both. Someday in the future, operators, and I think this is coming faster than people realize, will only give out V6 addresses for the reasons that I previously mentioned. Basically, we're going to run out of V4. They don't want to keep a carrier grade NAT on. You're going to get V6 only. Your house is going to have to do something. There are different options in this space. There's things like DS Lite. There's some other tunneling mechanisms where you can tunnel it basically out to the provider over V4. I don't expect your home gateway to actually be doing that translation. I mean, they can. I'd be surprised. I think that's probably going to happen somewhere else in the network. But there is some, right now we're trying to get those TVs to start to turn on V6 because this is going to be a problem, right? There's going to be these legacy issues where things in your house need some support of V4. I think that's natural. I often make the analogy, this is like when you need your Wi-Fi to be faster, so you just go buy the newest thing. I think some of that's just going to happen naturally. You're going to want to go get Wi-Fi at gigabit speed for your TV so that you can get your HD streamed wirelessly, so there's no wires. When you do that, you're going to get V6 with it too. I think it'll just come into natural product rollouts as the home evolves, I think is what's going to happen.
Okay.
Yeah, Ronald Gruya from Frost & Sullivan. I just saw the map. I didn't see Croatia in there, but the Deutsche Telekom has that TerraStream project going on with IPv6 over there, and I know they're trying to do avant-garde work not just on IPv6 but also on SDN using TOF and Cisco. I was just wondering if there is a possibility that you guys might consider doing as part of your testing, because I remember you from a previous life, IMS, back in a decade ago, when you're doing a lot of IMS interop. If you could somehow marry the two, SDN, software-defined networking, and IPv6, and bring some of that testing in, because I've been talking to the ONF, and I know they talk a little bit about that, but they have some of the events, but it's not quite. I've seen what you guys done with IMS, and I thought, wow, if you could do something like that for SDN, and maybe also marrying that with IPv6, like TerraStream.
Yep. So we've just become an ONF test lab, and I think some of that is around what you just mentioned. We have a long experience with V6, right? And ONF added in 1.3 the support for V6. Yes, I absolutely think the lab will be doing, as an organization, people have come to us for interop between controllers and switches at a bare minimum, right? Is a lot of people have controllers or home devices. We've started to do some studies around NFV, right? We've had some ISPs come to us and say, can you figure out what great things we can use with NFV, such as virtualizing different functionalities, using SDN to control end-to-end, right? I mean, the real upside here from an ISP perspective is you have a controller and you can control both ends, especially for peer-to-peer traffic. It's kind of cool. So from a research perspective, yes. Working at a university, I have lots of graduate students who are looking for theses. So we've been doing some work in that space. And yes, I envision us continuing to work in that space. It seems to, obviously, SDN's a hot topic, so.
I was going to say I see NFV as a use case of SDN, really, but okay, thanks.
All right, I think I'm good. Last call. All right, thank you, everybody.
Okay, so we're going to go to break a little bit early. It's 10 minutes. We're going to come back at 2:50, and at 2:50 I'll be back to talk a bit about the IETF and what's happened last week. And in particular, there's some documents around operational guidelines for IPv6 and for DNSSEC that I think folks might find of interest. So please do come back at 2. We're going to break for a half an hour. There's vendors out there. There's the lunch area, the coffee break area. And we will be back in half an hour. For folks who are watching on the live stream, thank you for watching. And we will adjourn for now and come back at 2:50 U.S. Eastern Time. Thanks for watching. All right, welcome back to the afternoon session here at ION Toronto. A couple of logistical items before we begin. One is that the display units, or not display units, what am I talking about? The presentations are up on our ION Toronto site. So if you go to our website, which is internetsociety.org/deploy360, and you look for ION, there's an ION menu, and you go ION Toronto, you will see an agenda page which has all the slides. So you have the slides here. We are recording this, as you are aware, for audio and video, and we will be making those audio and video sessions available from that page as well. So you'll have all of that happening right there. One other logistical detail: if the speakers for the panelists, or for the panel, the routing panel, I think I have almost all of you, but if you have not yet gone over to see Jack over here at the audio on this side, he needs to see you to wire you up for the routing panel. It's going to be happening on this. The last piece is the survey. The cards are passing those out. Those are the little pieces that you will need to fill out in order to be part of the iPad raffle. So we will go with that. All right, so let me get going and talk about IETF 88, which happened last week in Vancouver, British Columbia. How many people were aware there was an IETF meeting happening last week? All right, some people. Okay, good. That's good. That's a good group. Yes, and some people were there in the room. How many of you were at IETF Vancouver? All right, number of folks who are there. So the IETF is the Internet Engineering Task Force, which is the organization that comes together and creates the open standards that really power the Internet. It's been around now for 30 some odd years and is really the premier organization. And the beautiful part about the IETF is anybody can be involved. You just have to. You can join a mailing list. Anybody can participate. It's not governments. It's not corporations. It's just people are there as individuals and can participate as individuals and do so, and can work in that way. There were around 1,200 participants that were there from 54 countries. There were many more who were participating remotely as well, and they were able to go and see that. As was mentioned by a couple of the earlier speakers, both Jim and Tim mentioned the fact that pervasive security, or pervasive monitoring and large-scale surveillance and how we respond to that were a very large focus of this week, and I'll talk a bit more about that as we go through that. On the screen, on these slides, you'll see a link to where you can find some of the posts that we put up, the articles this past week about the IETF 88 event, some of the sessions that you could pay attention to, the routing and the other pieces that were there, and also links to the video and some of the other pieces that were on there. Now, one of the great things about IPv6 at the IETF event was really that it's now just, it's IP. We don't talk about IPv6 as much, although it's just kind of when you're thinking about, what is going on with the internet protocol, people just are, in the standards organization, they're looking at it from an IPv6 point of view kind of automatically. And so IPv6 is spread throughout all of the different groups across there. And in every group that I was in, there was often somebody talking about what was going on with IPv6. Some of the major working groups that are going on within the IETF are some of the ones I've listed here. IPv6 operations, and this is one I would encourage all of you to take a look at. And we have some links later, but you can also just do a search online and look for the IP or the v6 ops working group within the IETF. There's a mailing list that you can subscribe to. There's pages that have the documents that are there, and I'll show you a little bit about that in a minute. There's an archive of mailing conversations. One of the key pieces is that from an IETF point of view, we'd really like to hear from operators about what are some of the issues with some of these standards, how can they really work in actual deployment, and feedback on some of the new standards that are being developed and some of the new ways people are working. We'll show you a bit more around that, but your feedback is actually critical at this point in time, because we're looking at how do we really get some of these IPv6 pieces. Some of the work that's happening right now is looking at IPv6 is out there. What are some of the tweaks that we need to do to make it more deployable? How do we make it work in different environments? What can we do? So as you look at IPv6 deployment, we, being the IETF, would really like to hear from operators around what you're seeing out there. So some of the other groups that are here, there's the 6-man or 6 maintenance, IPv6 maintenance group, and they're ones who are looking at kind of updates to the actual protocol specification itself and pieces that are there. HomeNet is an interesting aspect because you're looking at when you have a home network that we all have, how do you really focus on making it as easily configurable? You know, the goal of zero configuration, zero conf. How do we go and make it so that people can just take their devices, plug them in their home network, and just have them work? You know, that I can take my mobile phone or my mobile device and go onto my home network and be able to print something to the printer that I just brought home from the store. How do I make all of that work? And a number of the solutions that people are using right now are looking at using it with IPv6. And they're doing it even on what might be an IPv4 only LAN, but they're using IPv6 mechanisms as the discovery and the communication mechanism within that environment. There's also some work going on in that group and a couple others around what happens when I have 2 different home networks and I want to go and communicate. I want to be able to, you know, I might go on to my friend's network and I want to be able to, from that network, go back to my home network and pull files from there, or print to, or if I'm at my home, I want to be able to print to my friend's printer or something like that. How do you secure that? How do you make sure that, you know, only I can do that, or whoever my friend has given permission? How do I go from one home to another and one home network to another when I'm browsing? There's another group called OPSEC, or Operational Security, which is looking at security issues related to the operations of the internet. And in this particular meeting last week, they had a couple of drafts related very specifically to IPv6 security and how, and some components of how to make it more secure in deployment environments. So all very good stuff for you to take a look at and understand there. There's another group, it actually did not meet this time last week, but it's called Sunset 4, and it's a group that's focused around sunsetting IPv4 on what happens as we wind down IPv4 deployments and move toward IPv6. What are some of the pieces that need to happen? And so some of the work around CGN and some of the other different pieces around that are happening in that group and the pieces that are there. So here's a glimpse. It's probably a little bit hard to see from back there, but it's some of the pieces that were discussed at the V6 operations group, just to give you a sense of what was being talked about. There was a very interesting talk by Chris Palmer from Microsoft around Xbox One and Teredo, and how Xbox One is using IPv6 for enabling peer-to-peer communication between the people who are communicating and some of the components that are there. And it talked about something related to sort of what Tim was talking about around customer premise equipment. How do you secure that in an IPv6 environment? There's a draft called Balanced Security for that. NAT 6.4 operational experiences was somebody, you know, cataloging what they'd done in that environment and when working with that space on that. The 464 XLAT, this is something, I don't know how many of you are aware of T-Mobile recently, you know, moving a lot of its devices to IPv6 only. And so they're actually running for the devices that can in an IPv6 only environment. And they're using this technology called 464 XLAT to be able to go and have those V6 only devices communicate with the rest of the IPv4 network. And in fact, we have an article that will be going up this week that Jan wrote talking about his experience using Skype on an IPv6 only device, but it was communicating back to the rest of the network using this technology called 464 XLAT to be able to work with that. So there's some very interesting work that was going on in there. You can see some other pieces that were down here, some drafts where they've done around IPv6 roaming, some other addressing issues, and looking at ideas around how do we work with IPv6 address in there. So this is just one of the working groups that was there last week. And so I guess part of my message to you all is there's a lot of really good stuff going on out here. Some of these documents will become RFCs, and you'll see them out there as official standards, or some will be informational RFCs, which are just documents that are published for the information of you all. But there may be, as you look at how do you move your networks into IPv6 or into the other pieces that are here, this is a good resource for you to take a look at. So I would encourage you to do that. On the DNS/DNSSEC side, there was one group that met that was called DNSOP. It's the DNS Operations Working Group. So again, looking at it from a very operational perspective. And earlier, Jacques was talking about CIRA and this challenge of as you roll out domains in DNSSEC, if I'm a registrant or if I'm a DNS operator and I go and update my key as I'm supposed to on some periodic basis, how do I get that key up to, in Jacques' case, .ca? How do I get it up to the TLD registry? Okay, when I'm a DNS operator, I don't have any real connection to the registry. I don't know them. I've registered my domain through some registrar, but I have no connection to it. Right now, a lot of that is through copy and paste web interfaces where I go in my DNS operator and I copy my DS record and I go to my registrar's web page and I paste in my DS record. How's that working for you? I mean, yeah, let's hope it works. Yes, please. Did I copy the right numbers? But that's the reality of how some of this, that's one spot that needs to be automated in the DNS area. And there was some excellent proposals that have been discussed and are moving forward on how do we make that happen as an industry. There were some other drafts and documents being discussed around the issue of how do we speed up DNS and DNS resolution, because as we enter into a space where we're using DNSSEC, we're getting larger responses, we're getting multiple responses to go and do that. And actually, Paul, right here, wrote a couple of the drafts. You want to raise your hand, Paul? Right here, okay? So Paul was one who wrote a number of those drafts around how do we speed up DNS? How do we make it work faster and more efficiently in that? And so those were some of the drafts that were being discussed in there. There was also another meeting, we had a side meeting about the DANE protocol, and this is something that Jim Galvin referred to in his presentation when he talked about how DNS could be used to secure SSL certificates and how you could put a fingerprint of your SSL certificate into the DNS so that when you are connecting to a website, a web browser, for instance, could get a TLS, or what we commonly call an SSL, but a TLS certificate down from the website. It could also retrieve a fingerprint from DNS, look at the two of them and say, am I connecting to the right site with the right certificate? Do I have the correct certificate? So it's using DNS to provide, and DNS and DNSSEC to provide an extra layer of security on top of the certificate system. So we can know, am I getting the correct certificate? You know, that fancy certificate somebody may have paid for, if somebody's redirecting to another website, they're not getting to your certificate. But DNS and DNSSEC, and specifically this DANE protocol, allow that. To work, to provide that trust layer. And people are looking at DANE for a lot more than web browsing. People are using it, looking at a way to provide certificates for email and for IM, for voice over IP phones, for a number of different different ways of communicating. So it was a very useful meeting that was going on there. And if you're not familiar with DANE, I would point you to this URL I have up here, or if you just go to Deploy 360 site and search on the DANE protocol, you'll find our page that talks about this. It's one of the most exciting uses of what we can do now that we start to have a secured infrastructure with DNSSEC. There was also another meeting that I didn't put on the slide, but it was just, while I was talking about home networking, there was one called DNSSD, which is around service discovery, which is, again, if I have multiple home networks and I want to be able to find out that I want to be able to connect to somebody's file server on another network, and they've granted me permission, how do I find that securely? Using DNS to go and provide a piece around that. There were also a number of meetings around routing. Sandy, who is here, right there. She is the chair of one of the co-chairs of the Secure Interdomain Routing Working Group, CIDR, and she'll be up here in our routing panel a little while later. But this group is looking on how do we secure the routing infrastructure of the internet? How are we, sure that the routes that we're getting from each other are secure in some way? How do I know if I can trust them? They're looking at things like, how many people have heard of RPKI? Okay, a few people. Okay. RPKI is one technology people are looking at as one of the tools that can be used to go and secure the route. So when you are getting route advertisements, et cetera, when you're getting messages in there, you can be able to be sure that they are in fact the right place to go. BGP-SEC. How many people have heard of BGP-SEC? Okay, a few. It's another way of securing the BGP routing protocol. So these are some pieces that are being looked at and deployed inside of here. And another group called the Interdomain Routing Group is similarly working on ways to route between different domains, between different networks. So if you're interested in this area and how you can keep up with where the standards are going and what's happening, these are both groups that you can go and pay attention to. The other big focus this week, which you may have heard about and was referenced by a couple of speakers, was really focusing on how do we strengthen the internet against the kind of large-scale, pervasive monitoring and surveillance that we've seen. I mean, we've all seen the media reports. We've seen it around the NSA, around other organizations, surveillance organizations around the world, and looking at that. And we had an entire plenary, one of the major sessions, it was an hour-and-a-half session, talking about what have we done, what do we know out there, what can we do as a technical community, realizing that the technical aspects are only part of the overall solution. Solving these kind of large-scale monitoring issues are not going to be something that could be done just purely technically. There's legal and political elements as well. But if you go to the URL that I put on here, it's just www.ietf.org/live/IETF88. You can see the links to the plenary session, the video that was had, and also the slides and a number of other articles that are around this. But Bruce Schneier, who many of you may know as an author and speaker and security researcher, he came and spoke first, talking about what do we know. He's been very involved in some of the publicity around the disclosures, working with some of the newspapers and other media around the Snowden disclosures and other pieces around that. And he gave a great summary around that. And then he was followed by leaders from within the IETF talking about what the IETF has done, what standards are out there, and then really looking at where are we going. The outcome of that was that as you went through the week and you looked at the different working groups, there was a lot of discussion around how do we strengthen the security of the internet? How do we harden it against this kind of large-scale pervasive monitoring, while at the same time, ensuring it continues to be usable? How do we go and work with this? How do we move to more of a secure by default posture rather than just a general more insecure by default? What can we do there? Yari Arko, who's the chair of the IETF, wrote a blog post that I linked to up here, or I show a link to here, but you can also just go to ietf.org/blog and you could find it there, where he summarized a lot of the work that's happening. There's work going on with the next version of HTTP, the hypertext transfer protocol that we're all used to using for the web, around how to make that more secure. There's people looking at how do we go and make TLS used in more environments and more places. How do we go and secure the overall infrastructure? It was a huge part of what was being discussed last week. So let me just wrap up with last week. If you're interested, the IETF page at the IETF has a whole series of documents, the agenda, the meeting materials, all of that around IETF 88. You can go there and download them. The slides that were used in the various sections are all right up there. Again, we had our posts around these topics. And also, there was, again, this technical plenary. If I were to recommend one thing to you, I would encourage you to go out there and take a look at this. Even just watching the first part of it, where it talks a bit about the kind of what the threats are and what we can do, is I think would be a very worthwhile part of time for you to take a look at that. With that, I would just encourage you all, as I said at the beginning, we need help from the operators. We need to look at that as far as we need your feedback on these documents that are out there. How can we make better standards that are deployed out there faster? You have a unique opportunity because the IETF involves you. It's all of us. It's people who want to be part of it. You don't have to be part of an industry consortium. You don't have to be part of a government. You don't have to be part of any, you can go and join a mailing list, listen to what's there, read it. One of the best things you can do, the most helpful things, read some of the documents and send the authors some feedback. Even if you just send them a feedback saying, hey, I looked at this, it was good, I like it, thanks. That's huge, just to help. Or if you look at this and say, you know what, that's a really brilliant idea, but you know what, in my network here in Canada, it's not going to work. This is dead. Don't even bother going further with this because it's not going to work on my network. That kind of feedback is tremendous because that helps us so that when we then, otherwise what happens is the standard goes on and comes out and then all of a sudden it doesn't get deployed. People are like, why didn't it get deployed? Because you all go and you look at this and you're like, well, I can't do this. It just won't work. So please join. There's this newcomers page, has some information about the IETF and the pieces that are there. And in particular, I'll recommend two groups to you, which are the IPv6 operations and the DNS operations group, are both good ones for you folks to take a look at because you're coming from that perspective. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Jan Zors to talk about best current operational practices, unless, I guess, are there any questions before we go in? Okay, I'll turn it over to Jan, and I'll be around to talk a little bit later if you'd have comments about it, the IETF. Let's go ahead, Jan.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jan George. I come from Slovenia. I work for the Internet Society, and I will talk you a bit about our effort. We're going around the world to talk about the best current operational practices and how the operators should come together and document what is going on the networks and how they are, how you guys are deploying the new technologies like IPv6, DNSSEC, and so on. A bit about me. I carry more than 20 years of operations on my back. I've been designing, architecting, and running big ISP networks. I have 13 years of IPv6 experience, and I'm a contributing member of RIPE and IETF community. And I started working, I joined the ISOC in December 2012. This is about Deploy 360, what Dan already presented. So what is the BCOP? And I usually get this question, how does it differs from the BCP? So BCP is the best current practice, is the IETF series, and the best current operational practice is something that only the operators can write. So BCP can be written basically by anyone who thinks how his protocol should be deployed or how the networks should be run. But the operational practice is something that can come only from the experienced operators. And that's why I'm here. That's why I'm talking to the network operators groups about this. This is actually a document that describes how to best achieve an operational practice, and is agreed by the operators among themselves. So it's not something that one person writes and says this is the best, but operators among themselves agree on a regional or later on a global level that this is what is written in this document is really something that is a good practice. So what is a problem statement? So many people around the world do not travel much to the different, I don't know, NOG meetings or RIR meetings or IETF meetings. And they try to search on the internet how to implement new stuff. So if you try to search on the Google, how do I implement IPv6 in DSL environment? Well, you will probably get gazillion of hits, and the problem is that you don't know which of these hits and what information in there is really valid and technically sound and is just not a clutter. So how are these operational practices shared among the operators? You're doing it in a hallway conversation, operator group presentations, over email lists. There are many ways how to share this information, but this means that this information is not organized in one place. So you talk in the hallway, so somebody comes up to you and say, oh, how did you deploy IPv6 in a DSL environment? How did you fix the, I don't know, radius stuff or something like this? And then these two people talk to each other, but this information is not stored anywhere, right? So there is currently no quick and easy way for an operator to find all this information. And there is, as I said, it's too much clutter in the IT space, in the IT landscape. So if you search for this information, you can find what different things, different information about new technologies that are more or less valid. So what is the solution idea? The BCOP repositories. We are going around the world and talk to people about that the operators should come together and start documenting this stuff. So why would we do that? Because we could speed up the deployment of IPv6. If you have experience and you agree with another operator that this is a really good way of deploying V6, you should come together, write the document, and publish it in a BCOP repository nearby to you, or you create one for Canada. I don't know. That's something that you need to work on. And we as Internet Society are committed to assisting in the creation and promotion of these repositories. How it should look like? It should be open, so no hiding information, no fees or something like this. It should be bottom-up process, completely bottom-up. It should be done by engineers for the engineers. It's operator consensus-driven. It should be transparent, and also when you start producing these documents, it should be ongoing and revision controlled. So you should revision this current operational practice often and see if this is still the good operational practice. It should be free from organizational agendas, free from vendor lobbying, free from everything. Basically, it should be from the operator from the operators for the operators. And actually, this is the community knowledge put together and made available for everyone. So this is a bit of feedback of what we already did. We traveled around the world. We racked up many air miles. I think we went over 100,000 this year. And we have been around the world and talked about this stuff, and we had some success, I may say. So what's going on in North America? Some times ago, Aaron Hughes and Chris Grundeman. Chris Grundeman joined the Internet Society as a manager of our team. Now, they started the IP BCOP effort, and then they asked us to put this effort on the global level. So now IP BCOP at NANOC became a regional BCOP repository, and they are already producing the documents. They are talking to each other. They have actually their effort was put as a track in NANOC, because NANOC don't have this concept of the working groups. So BCOP effort in NANOC is a track, and they are doing quite well. Next one that we tried to start was at the RIPE meeting in the RIPE region, because I come from that region and I'm very much involved in that community. We received a huge feedback on our proposal. You will see our first proposal later. There was lots of discussion. We had a BOF in Dublin RIPE meeting, and based on the feedback that we got, we changed the whole thing. But the outcome of the discussion was, okay, forget about the global top-heavy rigid structure. Let's start the work regionally, produce something useful, and publish it. So be pragmatic. So this was the first idea of the BCOP. It should be, so this is a PDF, right? It should be animation. As you can see, it's quite a big, top-heavy, rigid structure. That was the first idea. And after receiving lots of feedback from the community, we decided to actually chop the head off. This is what we came up now, and the communities around the world are much more happy and much more interested in this. As you can see, there are regionally organized BCOPs, and there are operators that are just bottom-up process contributing to the BCOPs. What we are doing now is we just created a web page at the Deploy 360 team, web portal, when we are just pointing to the work being done in the different regions. There is no coordination going on. There is no secretariat. There is nothing formal going on the global level. Just pointing to the work that is being done around the world, and a bit about what's going on around the world in Africa region. Actually, we are starting the initiative in Afrinic in Côte d'Ivoire meeting in few weeks. I'm going to this Ivory Coast meeting. Mr. Douglas Onyango will lead the effort. In Latin America, 5 days ago, I was in Curaçao meeting for LACNOC, and Antonio and Carlos are running the BCOP effort in Latin America. In Europe, we created a BCOP task force within the RIPE community. I'm co-chairing this effort. And in the Middle East, we presented in Minok in Kuwait. We are waiting for people to come back with some proposals. In Asia, well, I'm not here. Well, I'm in Toronto. But this slide was made for submitting to the Apricot meeting. I'm sorry. In Asia, we are going to JANOC, to Japan and New Zealand, January next year, and also to Apricot, and we will also try to start the effort there. I see I have just 1 minute left. Okay, I will go a bit over. What we identified in RIPE region, these are the topics that people sent in, they want to work on. So we are currently working on address spoofing. America will be very happy about it. She always makes the comments about BCP 38, and I completely agree. Internet would be a much better place if this would be implemented everywhere. So these are lots of topics that people would like to work on and write the documentation and the best current operational practices. Then it's how to test your network performance, how to check your visibility from the global internet. This one is particularly interesting to me, and so on and so forth. And we also need more suggestions. So if you have more suggestions for more topics, send us an email. I would quickly like to go through the one document that actually I started as a showcase how the best current operational practice should look like. And when I'm traveling around the world, I talk to many operators, and what I usually hear is, yes, we deployed IPv6 in the core, we deployed IPv6 in the services, but we are not rolling it out to our end customers. We have the CPE, we have everything ready, but we are just not rolling it out. My question is why? And the generic answer that I have usually is because our help desk knows nothing about IPv6, and if we roll it out to the end customers, our help desk will burn down. Yes. So this is the next speed bump. So I'm also the primary co-author of RIPE 554 that specified the IPv6 requirements in ICT equipment. That was the first speed bump, and now I see the next speed bump. And I said, oh, okay, why we don't just write a generic document about troubleshooting and IPv6 procedures for help desks around the world? And this could be a first cross-region cooperation effort, as every region is probably a bit different. So we started working on this document. We have great contributors. It's Lee Howard from Time Warner Cable, John Jason Brzozowski from Comcast, David Friedman from Claranet, Jason Fessler, he's running the test IPv6.com, Tim Chown, Sander, Chris Grandeman, and myself. If you guys would like to work on this document and help us, find me around. I'll be in the hallways for the whole meeting. If you have the experience, if you deployed V6 and you know how to train your help desk, you are very, very welcome. So, as I already said, this document is about to provide a very basic troubleshooting. So it usually starts with the user calling in saying the internet is not working, really. And where it goes from here is how to detect if this is the IPv6 problem or IPv4 problem or a user problem. So what we're trying to do here is, with Jason Fessler, I talked him into building the special version of test-ipv6.com, and I think it's already online. It's isp.test-ipv6.com. And we will wrap this document around this special version for the help desks that will just show a bit less information that can be easily read over the phone to the help desk. So we're trying to solve this mental problem of people thinking that their help desk will burn down. So what Lee Howard said, he's running a network with 12 million customers. And he said that on IPv6 day, they had more wrong number calls than IPv6 calls. So more people ordered pizza to their help desk than had problems with IPv6. So this is basically just in the minds of the operators that their help desk will burn down. It will not. But they need a document that they put to their manager saying, listen, we tested the equipment, we have the CPE tested, and by the way, here are the very simple instructions for our help desk how to tackle with the IPv6 problems when people call. So they take responsibility from their back to somebody else. And this is what we operators usually do. So these are the websites, the BCOP topics, and what's going on around the world. Go there and see by yourself. What is the way forward? We have a strong BCOP initiative in NANOC for the North America. If you think you need one for Canada, so be it. Let's talk about it. Let's create something. And please contribute, contribute, contribute. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Jan. And Jan will be around here, as he said, for this next period of time. And if I could have the panelists come up stage, we're going to bring up our panelists to talk about BCOP. Talk about routing. Excuse me. But while we're here, do you have any questions right now for Jan while the panelists are coming up? Anyone?
Okay, I'll be around. Find me in the hallways. Talk to me. Yep. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to Paul, and I would again remind you while we're here that if you would fill out those surveys. After the panel is done, we'll be having some closing remarks and finishing up with the surveys are there. If you did not get one, Shannon. I guess the front missed out on some of that. Okay, we'll be getting that to you. Here you go. And with that, I will give you Paul Anderson.
Thank you. So we'll just need a minute here while we get everybody wired up. Again, keep your hand up if you need a survey. I have seen the iPad mini. It is here. It looks lovely. Like everything Apple does, when you hold the box, you're like, can I make a run for it with this thing? We're good? Everybody's turned on. We'll just make sure everyone's turned on, revved up. So yes, this is one of the last sessions we'll do today. We're going to have a talk now about the underlying plumbing of the internet, specifically the routing infrastructure. We're going to change gears a bit now and, of course, have a bit of a lively discussion with our panel that is currently being mic'd up here. The underlying routing infrastructure has served us very well, almost 2 decades. The current protocol and even farther back on previous protocols, we've been running on it. And it served us very well with very few headaches. But as the internet grows, we've been hearing more and more that there potentially are problems, or there's scaling or reliability issues. You know, you hear news reports or of routing issues where whether it be malicious or just a fat finger, certain sites or parts of the internet disappear for a bit. So we're going to hopefully discuss that a bit. You know, what is the current state of affairs? Is there actually anything wrong? Is there a real problem to be solved? What are the solutions available? You know, and that we can use to either mitigate or enhance that, and is it even really worth the effort? So with that, I'm going to introduce the panel that we have assembled here. I'm just going to give this pen. So first, going from my left to right, we have Sandra Murphy, who's the principal investigator at Sparta. Sandra Murphy has served as the principal computer scientist at Sparta. Her primary responsibilities over the last decades have concerned research and development in the design, analysis, and verification of various computing networking protocols. She's been the principal investigator for several government research projects addressing security for network protocols funded by DARPA, DISA, and ARL. And currently, she's the principal investigator of a DHS-funded project that seeks an acceptable, deployable security solution for routing infrastructure. She's active in the IETF and is also, as we heard, was the co-chair of the SIDR working group, and is also an active participant at many of the operator and RIR forums. She's also authored several IETF RFCs and of the journal and conference papers, and has served on the technical program committee of many of these conferences. Prior to joining Sparta, Sandra was worked for Trusted Information Systems and Network Associates Laboratories, which is now known as McAfee, and where she began her work in network protocol security research. And previously she was with the Defense Communications Agency and have earned a PhD at the University of Maryland. So welcome to Sandra, please. Thank you. Moving right on, we have apparently the wrong piece of paper. Sorry about that. They went in the wrong order for me. We have Mara Kao, who's the security evangelist at Internet Identity. She leads IID's information sharing and collaboration partnerships. She actively contributes to the IETF in such areas as IPv6, routing, and security, and speaks globally around the world at events such as this, and NANOG, RIPE, SANOG, to name a few. She's also a member of ICANN Security and Stability Advisory Council, and her main focus is in bringing cohesiveness to security-related concerns across the overall internet landscape. And prior to joining IID, she founded and served as the chief network security architect at Doubleshot Security. She has authored numerous books and technology papers, which are leveraged for a variety of security accreditation programs. Thank you very much. Next, moving on, we have Eric Osterweil, who's the Applied Security Research in the Security Office at VeriSign. Eric is an Applied Security Research at the CSO Office at VeriSign. Received a PhD from Computer Science at UCLA in 2010, where his dissertation topic was a new substance for internet scale security systems called measurable security, which I think we've already heard once about today. His research interests center on DDoS attacks and remediation, systematic dependency analysis, and the security internet scales like DNS, DNSSEC, and BGP. And finally, Andrew Sullivan, who's the principal architect at Dyn. Andrew brings a pioneering spirit to their DNS team, ensuring the company is always looking toward the future of the internet. Previously, he worked on the future innovations for Dyn as the director of their labs, and he's been a long leading voice in the DNS and internet community, and previously worked as the director of name services at Afilias and as the internet scientist at Chikuro, and has also been an active member of the Internet Architecture Board and IETF. And with that, I'd ask you to welcome our panel. So that's the end of the stuffy stuff for this panel. For those of you who've been at panels in this forum, they always tend to be, we'll have each panelist come up and speak, of course, for 10 or 15 minutes, lots of slides, and then hopefully we can squeeze in 2 minutes of questions. Not today, though. Today, there's no slides, no prepared. I've got a few questions that we'll get started, but what I'm really hoping is the questions will come from you. So as soon as you have a question, put your hand up. I'll jump in Phil Donahue style into the audience, and we'll be happy to address your questions. So please do that. But so we can level set a little bit for our panelists, just a quick question. Put your hand up if you, in your day job, interact or are involved in network operations on the core of the, in the routing infrastructure. Okay. How about if you have heard of RPKI? Deployed it, played around with it. You don't count. All right, so a bit of work down there. Okay, so what I'd like to get into first is, for first just deal a little bit and ask each panelist just to basically ask, is there actually anything wrong with the routing and security and stability of the internet system as we have it today? You know, what kind of problems are operators and researchers seeing in the routing system? What kind of impact? And I just ask, we'll start with Andrew and move down this way just to kind of give their quick 2 cents.
Oh, good. I think that fundamentally, since the routing is even lower in the stack than the DNS, and we've already got a problem with the security of the DNS level, we have to worry about how the routing system generally works, because voluntary interconnection is really the fundamental way that the internet works. And so you need this kind of, you need to know who it is that you're talking to at the other end. I don't know, however, that all of the solutions that we've got proposed so far are going to solve everything that we'd like them to.
Thank you. Eric?
So that's an interesting question to put to me. So I mostly take my answer from having spoken to a number of people, like the people that raised their hand in the audience, the operators. And so having sort of the position I sit in is that I like to try and look for problems that exist, and you guys are the ones that actually hit the problems, and you're the ones that actually see them. And so the problems that I see in the routing system are those that I've heard echoed through people, and maybe I've tried to digest them and come up with a principled view of them, but they've mostly come from people that are actually on the front lines and talking about them. So things like route leaks, things like misoriginations, things like that I see as real route security issues. And it's not because I think from an ivory tower I see them and I think I know something about them. It's because I talk to people like you, and I try and understand what the problems are from people like you. And I work with, our internal systems people and our internal operators and the community of operators. And I look to solutions that have sort of operational feasibility. And again, as a sort of a principal scientist, I try and factor those into something that I think I can sort of build a case upon. So at a high level, that's kind of where I stand.
Thank you.
I think from a security level, there's multiple factors to be considered. Availability is also very much a part of, looking at security functionality. And I think when you're looking at routing stability, there's issues that can be either malicious or also unintentional misconfigurations. But what the issues that they cause in terms of, sending routes in the wrong direction, traffic in the wrong directions, which may be, used for malicious intent, I think we do have to look at how do you actually ensure that from a routing infrastructure, you have the integrity and the availability that you need.
Okay. The statement that you made at the beginning was that as the routing system progressed and grew, that we began to see problems. From what I've seen, the problems existed from the very beginning. In the old ARPANET days, we had cases where routers would report that they were UCLA when they weren't, or that they were the path of link 0 to every place in the world. They became very popular. Some of the most widely reported incidents that we've had similar sorts of characteristics, particularly routers and ASs reporting that they had really short paths to everything. The two very prominent cases were a small ISP in Virginia way back, AS 7007, and the Pakistan PCCW announcement of YouTube. These are widely known, but cases like them appear all the time. And it's the fact that they occur very often which points to BGP just has vulnerabilities. It works because most of the people involved are good internet citizens, but there's no protection against things that might be deliberate or just a bad day.
But so you say that there's obviously the two known incidents. There was the or at least well publicized YouTube and that. But you're suggesting, I guess, that these are much more common. So we're just not noticing them, I guess, or the average user just sees it as either a blip, or by the time they call in, it's already resolved itself. So I'd ask, maybe Andrew, is this really a problem? Like, how often is this occurring, and should we really be putting resources to fix it, or is kind of suggest if these problems have existed so long, have we just gotten used to them?
So when you make a phone call today to, for instance, 911, you're going over the internet. So frankly, yes, this is a problem. We're going to have to accept that the internet is increasingly critical infrastructure, and it's critical infrastructure that's based on best efforts, foundation. And that foundation is not an optional part, so we better get this right.
But, and I'll go to Eric, isn't it a best effort basis? Like, why am I concerned? That's what I'm, other than sales reps who will tell you they'll have 100% SLA, most people would be of the theory that the internet's a best effort. It works most of the time, but you shouldn't be relying on it for, why are we relying on it for something like 911?
I think we're relying on it for something like 911 because it's become economical to do so. I mean, I think there's a handful of questions sort of interwoven there. It becomes very complex, obviously. And I think that the simple, straightforward answer is why are we using E911 over the internet is because that's how we can sort of pervade into wireless, into handheld sets that can sort of move between networks and move around in our cars with us and still get locality of information or of emergency services and so on and so forth. But I also think that we should also remember that the threats that we face are not one kind of threat. There's different kinds of problems that we face. And so saying like there's instability, there's fragility, sort of like Medica said, there's lots of different reasons why we would have an outage, and there's lots of different types of outages too. So one way we could do ourselves a disservice is to put too many things that are dissimilar together in the same bin and then say this is a problem or this is insurmountable or not.
Okay, and without getting into anyone who wants to jump in, the actual solutions, there have been a variety of improvements proposed or in the cycle or even available, some for a few years, some for many years. Why is it, if there are these issues and they do have these real impacts, operators aren't moving to deploy them? Just in a more general sense before we get into any of the specifics.
Yeah, I would like to answer this. Part of what I've done in the last 15 years is travel around the globe and teach people about how to secure their networks. And the routing infrastructure is a big piece of that. It's been a little bit frustrating to see how little people actually do filtering, either on a packet level or on a routing level. And sometimes it's just that people don't understand what filtering will buy them. Plus, it's for an operator, it takes time to figure out what filters make sense on a routing level. And you always have to look at backdoor environments, right? I mean, if a path goes down somewhere, to make sure that you take those prefixes into account, that you don't filter them when they're needed. And I think that filtering, in my mind, is something that really people should be paying more attention to, and then also other new technologies that are coming into effect.
Sandra, you've been involved in a lot of watching these new technologies develop. What's some of the frustrations you've seen and why we don't see more deployment?
Best current practice for protecting against misoriginations that Eric referred to is to build prefix filters, usually based on information stored in the routing registries. There are lots of different routing registries. They're run with good intentions in some places. Some of them are very widely used. But there are problems with authorizing the data. There are problems with staleness of the data. Some people will report problems in they have so many prefixes coming over an interface to a peer or a customer that their routers don't have the capacity to deal with filters that have 50,000 prefixes. So we have a problem with resources. We have a problem with education. Every NANOG meeting I've been to has had some mention of routing filters, but still there's not widespread use of those things. And we have problems with the data itself. Some of the new work that's going on in the CIDR working group is to try to improve the data and make it possible to use that data in the enforcement of routing decisions without requiring building prefix lists. An easy way of making use of the new data is to feed it into the prefix filter engines that people have, but there are other ways to do it which are less resource impact. So I don't know.
Okay. Anyone else want to jump in before we jump into some of the actual more specific problems, I guess? And this is the point I'm going to say. I open it up now to the audience. So if you feel like a question, wave your hand madly, and I will be with you in just a second. And I'll just start, though, with let's just talk. We talked a lot about filtering. Filtering has come up. Mary Kay, what are the kinds of filtering that ISPs should be looking at and or, more importantly, not doing? Because I think you could break it down to that there's two types almost of filtering that we'd be
Right.
talking about?
Yeah, there's two types. There's either in BGP, it's AS path filtering or just prefix filtering. And prefix filtering is something that really every ISP should be looking to do, either customer-facing or also with their peers. AS path filtering, is also something that many ISPs are looking at, but it turns out that prefix filtering, a lot of ISPs usually find to be easier. Another comment I want to make also is that the more automation that can be built into devices will really go a long way to getting better deployments.
Okay. Can I have the hands again of all the people who are providers of some kind? Hand up, please, all that. Okay, now put your hand down if you're, no, keep them up. I didn't say you could put them down yet. Put your hand down if you are filtering both your origins and your paths. This sounds like it's a, but hold on, no one has their hand up anymore, or are you just afraid because you know what I'm going to do next to you? Oh, we have one thing. All right, here we go. So why?
To control where.
You are filtering or not filtering? Oh, no, you're not the good example. All right, well, why are you, so who's not filtering then? Who's not filtering their customers' prefixes or no one will admit to it? Wow. We apparently have found the sample size of perfection, so. Okay.
I have a comment. So in some situations, especially when you're dealing with large providers, especially in peering agreements, you end up with companies like HE, for example, who advertise 10,000, 20,000 routes. Prefix filtering is not really, you put a limit and that's about all you can do. You can't really say, I'm only accepting these routes from them. So all you can do to prevent any sort of leaking into your routing table is to put an up limit. And then if they introduce default gateways or routes that don't really belong to them, you're sort of, on the fence there. But that's the comment that I can make.
So I heard Mariah Key say that she suggested people do customer and peer filtering. I have heard from many ISPs that, and the usual recommendation is filter your customers, but that people seldom filter their peers precisely for the problem that you described. There's just too many routes coming through that peer interface. So how many people filter their peering connections?
Just the Torx gentleman in the back. Sorry. Gabe from Tech Savvy, I see you there. Not a lot, though.
Yeah. Yeah, and just to clarify, right, my statement was more in that you have to look differently in how and what you filter depending on whether or not it's your customers, your peering, or even through transits. And I will acknowledge what Sandy was saying. Customer prefix filtering is absolutely something that is the most important, really.
So Eric, BCP 38, which talks about the filter, that kind of practice of filtering is around 13 years. Even though this room, we seem to have found the perfect room that everybody is filtering their customer. We don't generally see it on the internet. But what are some of the concerns that you've seen for the people who didn't show up, that are on the webcast? We'll assume that that you've heard, and some of the concerns you might have.
So this is interesting. So I pull a lot of what I come up with from people like this. So now I'm reporting back out to the people, the things I've heard. So what I guess I'd say is that I think I understand that one of the most central problems with filtering that you as operators face is knowing basically who is behind who you're paired with. Mm-hmm. In other words, you can't apply a filter to someone without knowing for sure that they're not actually providing transit to someone behind them, which actually was what I was going to jump in to what Medica was saying, which is that it kind of takes a village. It's not like you should look at the biggest ISP and say, why aren't you filtering? It's more like, why aren't we all filtering? And as that gets closer to the edge, you get closer to where you can actually deal with the real problem. So the real problem is being able to go to edge networks and be able to get them to bounce traffic around for you to launch a reflector attack or something like that. We heard earlier today, someone said, well, why would you do DNSSEC when clearly that's the reason that there are these giant reflector attacks? It's kind of like I should be careful and circumspect about what do I allow, based on what do I know, based on what I can know. Going back to something Sandy said, there's imperfect data out there and so on and so forth. Agreed. And there's some places where some data, particular customer data, is taken care of much more carefully than what's wildly replicated through giant IRR systems. So I hate to say it, but it's not a one-size-fits-all, but I suspect I'm preaching to the choir on that.
Quickly also, Andrew, Dyn runs obviously a very large, different than most providers, but a very large network for its Anycast and all that. And of course, DNS has been kind of there's been an increase, it seems, or DNS has been a bit of a target. What's some of the stuff you've seen? Because I guess you've been on the receiving end of a lot of those non-filtered packets. So,
right. So it's certainly true that it's certainly true that there's a lot. There must be anyway a number of networks out there that are not filtering, because I see a lot of this traffic, and I know that all of my competitors do too. I guess the real question is, do we take this seriously enough that we're going to do something about it? Because we're going to find that somebody's going to come along and make laws for us if we don't do something about it. Now, what I have noticed in recent years is that the problem is actually getting worse. So it used to be that you would see an attack, you'd see some sort of reflection or something, and it'd be in one or two of our Anycast sites. And so what that indicated is that the botnets tended to be concentrated within certain providers, and then you'd tend to get the traffic via those ones, and you could shut them down pretty quickly. Once you figured out where the traffic was coming from, there were certain people, and you just start to throttle their pipes. Now we see actually that so we're currently running about 20 Anycast sites, and we sometimes see traffic that is distributed across the entire network. And as we ramp these things up, we see traffic showing up in sites even as we're turning them up, which suggests to me that the attackers are very, very widely dispersed, and they have a pretty good idea of who is not filtering and who is. So that suggests that we need to clean up our own house,
or be ready for the regulator.
Well, right, exactly.
Any CRTC or regulators in the room? There's some in the building, I know, so, be wary. Sir.
Hi, Andrew, thanks very much. You've partly answered my question before I asked it. I'm just an end user, and I'm fascinated to know what the nature of the traffic that you're filtering out or should filter out is. Is it packets with bad source addresses that are forged source addresses, or?
Yes. So in effect, when traffic leaves your network, you are saying this came from inside my network, and if it's coming from inside, if it's coming from an address that you shouldn't be routing, you shouldn't send it. It's not. I mean, what's funny, of course, is that if you're familiar with the jargon, right? People start saying things like BCP38 and so on. But the plain message for people who are up in the management layers or something, if you need to get the clue, is we should never send anything that couldn't possibly have come from us. And that shouldn't be a hard sell.
Right, but everybody agreed to that one was a no-brainer, but the problem is transit and so on, right?
Well, certain kinds of providers can't do this, but of course, if you are a transit provider, you know who's on the other end of that link. So you know what they should be sending you. But of course, I mean, there comes a point where, we just heard some others saying, well, I can't, there's only so much I can do. So this is, I think this was fundamentally what Eric was saying before, that it requires actually intelligence at every level. You can't sort of expect that the answer to this is going to be, we go to the great big giant routers and we have like all the filters there. No, it should happen all the way along. If you're going to have a reasonably secure network, this is a little bit like, a reasonably secure city. Part of the reason that Toronto is such a pleasant place to come to, for instance, is because there's people on the street all the time, and people are looking around, and they're paying attention, and so on. And if you go to a less pleasant city, the answer for security is, oh, well, we'll send the cops in, and they'll just keep order everywhere. Well, that doesn't really work. What works is to have, a sort of activity of a friendly neighborhood where people are paying attention all the time. And that's similarly in the routing system. If you are paying attention at every layer all the way along, it seems to me we get a better system.
Thank you for that. We're going to change gears in a second, but first we have a long-time listener, first-time caller here with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Donahue. I can understand Jean-François Mézy, Vaccination Informatique. I can understand an ISP filtering packets going out that don't have a return address that belongs to him, because you know what your IP blocks are. Isn't there a problem filtering packets from a peer when you don't actually know exactly what IPs he has and what IPs added last week without telling you? Isn't that like a big problem in terms of management?
So I could jump on that real quick.
Yeah, please.
So yeah, but again, let's not put too many things together. So if I'm a customer and I want to tell my provider with a flow spec filter, please stop sending me this traffic, I ought to be able to do that too, right? So I mean, but that's different than like a settlement-free peer, where we're exchanging information or whatever. I mean, so there's different situations where I can say certain things, but at some point, if I'm getting a lot of packet love, maybe from multiple upstreams, I may want to push them filters, and as the customer, I should be able to do that if I've decided I know how. So sometimes yes, sometimes no, I'd say.
Yeah, and there's absolutely different levels of filtering, right? It's never a cookie cutter. And I think, a lot of people, they just want the answer. They're like, how do I create my filters, right? And the best example I have is the Bogon filters that Team Cymru feeds you, right? A lot of people just take the feeds, plop it automatically into their filters, away you go. Well, for you,
could you, for those that may not be aware, give a bit of a 10-second?
Yeah. So Team Cymru is a company that does a lot of good things in terms of security. They're a nonprofit. And they provide what's called Bogon and Martian filters for BGP, and these are basically reserved space that hasn't yet been routed. And so you should be filtering on them because you shouldn't be seeing any traffic coming from these allocations. And so they provide an automated feed that a lot of providers just used for creating routing filters. And so the automation is what a lot of people like. Obviously, you have to have full trust that their feeds are accurate, and they make a great effort to ensure that that's the case. So whenever there's a new allocation, they'll update that right away, and they're very much involved with the different RIRs to see what allocations have been allocated.
Any more questions from the audience? Okay.
Know how to do it because we don't know what is on the other side of the link and so on. If everybody really was outbound filtering correctly, then we would never have a problem. So it can't be true that everybody's doing this, because you wouldn't have a problem of bad traffic coming from somebody if in fact you had good filters outbound everywhere. So I think that you have to look at what your peers are doing, and if you're getting a lot of garbage, you have to start to ask, well, what are their policies back there? Maybe people aren't doing it, and I think we need to build some reputation systems around that.
I'll also make one more comment. I've done a lot of security audits in a past life, and what was always interesting was when people thought they had certain filters, and I said, well, I just want to look at your config, just to double check. And it turned out that they're like, oh, oops, yeah, we had an outage. We took away some of these filters, and then they forgot to replace them again. And so there is a clear lack of an auditing function. You may think that you've put in these filters, but your operational people had to troubleshoot something and then forgot to actually replace the full set of filters. So that's also an issue I see in the industry.
There's also one other point.
Sorry, we've got Gabe from Texas. Do you remember to check your filters after you turn them off for a second? No.
Not always, to be honest. No. But yes.
You had a question, sorry.
It's not really a question. It's more of to point out that I believe it's in the Internet Society that provides a tool called IRR Tools. I forgot who it is. It's really a great tool that will generate prefix list filters based on the routing registries. And you can just literally copy paste them in your routers and it will take care of everything for you. Mm-hmm. It doesn't work very well for something really big peers, but it works well for, just in general for exchanges. Yes. But yeah, no, just wanted to point that out. I think there's more than one tool, but our tools is the one that I can think of right now. Takes care of that. And anyway, that's pretty much it.
There's also the IRR power tools. I've heard that one described also. But one comment, The routing registries themselves have a certain amount of problem with the data. You probably have those of you who have used routing registries have probably heard proxy registrations. And that's an ISP who discovers the customer has not registered their route, knows that someone later on is going to filter based on the routing registries and drop the route. And so they create a route object on their behalf. And that's fine, unless they shouldn't. There's no way in the routing registry to really control that part of the system. The other point is that when you, the person who said that they had 10,000 routes coming from their peer is going to get those 10,000 routes and who knows how many others from other customers. There comes a point in this, in the progress of routes where you could be getting any prefix over that interface. You know, between two tier 1s or a tier 1 and a tier 2, the prefix filter list is not going to filter out very much because just about anything would be valid to come over there. So if you can do it at the leafs, that's fine and that will work. Further on deeper into the backbone, that won't be as effective.
So we're going to shift gears in a second, but Eric was just going to...
So I think that misses an important point, though. So I think the point of the IRRs and the RPSL objects is that you can construct policy information. How you employ it, what you do with it, where you put it at a large transit peering link, or you simply go back and you look at the source of a route leak, and you can then determine realistically what was happening is important because it's a semantic that doesn't exist in a lot of systems. And it's something that people are to the point where there's a handful of tool sets some people are familiar with. And so in as much as there's a lot of crufty data, in as much as there's a lot of issues with system level elements of that, it's important to know that there's a semantic there that's useful for dealing with a certain type of problem. And there's a lot of work going on, various people in various groups, to say what could you do if you could actually get this policy information, what would it tell you? Because again, you may not want to necessarily prune traffic as it goes across a really fat transit link if really what it is a route leak farther down, when you could go and learn through some sort of resource certification mechanism that the policy was violated farther down. That's what you want to know when you're dealing with this stuff.
Just a quick TLA check, three-letter acronym check, IRR, Internet Routing Registry. Who knows what we're talking about, just so we're not... Oh. Eric, did you want to give a quick, just for those that may not be familiar?
Sort of at a really high level, the Internet Routing Registries are basically, at a super high level, it's a place where people can take policy information about themselves and their peering arrangements, among other things, and they can put it in a place where others in the internet can download it and consume it. And based on a lot of history, there was a period where massive replication was done so that you didn't have to go to the right place. They'd all replicate with each other. And part of what Sandy mentioned before, proxy registration, was if it's incomplete, go ahead and fill it in because we're all kumbaya, a bunch of well-meaning operators, and we won't lie. And that way we get a complete view of what should be allowed and what shouldn't be allowed. And a lot of people, I'm going to skip any sort of malicious intent. A lot of people lost track of things, put multiple entries in, things were replicated by other people on other people's behalf and were authoritative. So there's a missing component, which I call resource certification, where I am the rightful resource holder of something. I've updated this policy as of this time. You can use it versus I found this thing somewhere in the interwebs. And so IRRs are a place for me to go out to the interwebs and find policy information for routing.
So the RRs, the regional internet registries, they have the IP addresses. They maintain obviously registration databases. These internet routing registries, some maintained by the RIRs, some not. But I'm guessing, I'll throw it up to Sandra, I guess first, how accurate is this data? Can we rely on it, 100%, or because we're going to start talking about RPKI in a second, and where we start having the router do a bit more of the decision. How much should we be trusting this? Sandra, you look like you're about to jump out of your chair on that.
It was a point of order question. Sure. There are regional internet registries. All of you are in the ARIN registry. That's where you go to get your prefix allocations. You're familiar with that. There are IRRs, Internet Routing Registries.
Oh, did I mix it up? Did I make the classic mix-up? Oh.
Somebody who decided that RIR should run IRRs really needs to be taken out and educated.
It's a kid's show here. We have to be careful with it.
But the IRRs based at RIRs have the means at their disposal to check whether the person making the registration is authorized to speak for the prefix because they can see both databases. This is not the case in all the IRRs that exist in the world. So that leads to the problems with data authorization, authentication, staleness. There was a wonderful presentation at an ANOG meeting maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and a gentleman took the routing registry data and compared it to the routing system as those routes that were registered but not in the BGP system, or in the BGP system but did not appear in the routing
And there was a
registry.
100% matchup, no problems whatsoever.
Absolutely, it was just like this crowd. No question.
Any other comments from the panel on just the accuracy of this data? You know, what is the problems with keeping it accurate? Because if we're going to start trying to up our game, wouldn't that be the first place to start, or is it just a lost cause after all these years?
No, I think there's a lot of effort in the industry to actually try to fix the problem with internet routing registries. We're not even close as far as I'm concerned. But I do think that the effort is being made, and I'm hoping that we can get to a point where you will have a trusted internet routing registry or set of registries, right? So there's cohesion across them. But I will also make the statement, because this also speaks to what we've heard earlier with BCOP and all those other things, is that if you're building a network and you're architecting something, don't just cut and paste. Please validate on your own. Because you just, the information is coming from somewhere, and you may have a little bit of a different environment. So please, as internet network engineers, right, the engineering part is very critical, is trust but verify.
Yeah, and just to jump on that real quick, and if you write tools that help you do that, and you have any way of open sourcing that tool to help someone else make their life easier so they don't copy and paste, but maybe they generate this, even if you think, oh no, my Perl is really crufty, or my Python is terrible, please just throw it out there.
Yes, do good. You've all relied on free tools. It's always good to contribute one back. We have another question over here from this gentleman again.
Yeah, I was just wondering, Andrew, you said a while back some kind of reputation system might be good for the filtering. It seems completely obvious that you're right. Why hasn't it happened? The obvious level would be a certification saying, all stuff coming from me is good, I swear, and I will therefore get dropped if I'm lying. Or some back propagation channel, official channel for noticed errors, so to call them. Packets that didn't belong, a back channel to go back to where they came from.
So first of all, there are some reputations. I mean, there are some reputation systems. That's essentially what the Bogon list is. It amounts to a kind of reputation system, but they're not as common as the most common reputation system that we know on the internet today, which is essentially the anti-spam black hole lists. And part of the reason that we don't have the same kind of aggressive reputation systems as we do in the email space is because if some email doesn't make it there, then the email doesn't get through. If some routes don't get there, then the internet stops, and your customer support costs go way up. And so part of the reason I think that these reputation systems have not taken off to quite the same extent is just because people are afraid of the costs. Excuse me, I'm sorry about the cold. I think that the problem is if we don't figure out some way of saying, oh, we're going to deprioritize traffic from these bad sources, then eventually the people who would like to make regulations are going to figure out how to do it instead, and they're going to make it in the absence of real understanding of what those regulations are going to do. A couple of weeks ago, I was at the Internet Governance Forum in Bali, and one of the things that came home to me pretty clearly while I was there is that to a regulator, everything is a regulatory problem. When something is working well, I heard this several times during the opening statements. People were saying, "Oh, this is working so well that it's grown over time. Therefore, we need some regulations in order to make it continue that way." And if you come from an engineering background, that's a very strange thing to hear. But it's a natural thing. Much worse if you've got real problems. that is, that's an attractive target to somebody who wants to make rules and who's going to stifle your ability to do innovation on your network.
And I can attest, Andrew's correct. Engineers and regulators, it can be an interesting mix. Again, you don't have to ask a question, by the way. If you have a comment or you disagree with what's been said, feel free to throw your hand up. We've got a question or a comment over here, and then we're going to shift a bit.
So, Jacques Lato with CIRA. So I got a question. IPv6, I was talking to a bunch of people, and we can't run v4 for another 20 years. So it's proposing that we shut down v4 on April 4, 2024. So 4/4/2024. That's 10 years from now. You think that's something we can do?
Not quite a security stability, but if someone wants to take a stab at it.
Stability?
Or it'd be a stability if when it does turned off.
No, I was trying to figure out how to bring in V6, right? And I got to tell you, like, it's amazing to me that sometimes people will start deploying V6 and totally forget about filtering. And I've done enough, assessments to actually see that. They're like, oh yeah. They're playing with it in their routing infrastructure and turning it on in their backbones. And then I look at them, and I look at their configs, and I'm like, why are you not filtering anything here? And they're like, oh yeah, right? Even though, with v4, they're pretty strict about filtering. So it's interesting to me that we haven't learned anything in the last 20 years, and that security is still an afterthought. So rather than being architected into how you're, creating your networks, right? You're still trying to figure out how to get from point A to point B and then going, ooh, I don't want everything going from point A to point B, right? What do I do?
So let's switch topics a little bit, and we've heard the concept of RPKI, and there seem to be, some people did know about it, but not. Sandra, maybe you could just give us an explanation for those that aren't aware of what it does, or at a high level, and then we will debate it to the death.
Not to death, please.
That's only happened in the last 10 years.
Okay, so I spoke with Aaron, and Aaron is how you get your prefix allocations. And people get prefix allocations, and sometimes they allocate some of that address space to their customers, and chains can be, Aaron tells me they see chains is 5 or 6 deep. The RPKI associates a certificate for each one of those allocations that says, Aaron gave me this address space, or I gave this address space to my customer. So you have a certificate hierarchy that proves that you have the right to use a prefix. Then with that certificate, you can sign a route origin authorization, which can be used in routers to judge BGP routes to say whether they should be allowed or not.
Well, Eric, that sounds like a great idea. Why are we not? And I hear it's in my Cisco and Juniper, and your vendor of choice. We'll sell it to you tomorrow. Why are we not? Why is not everybody on it already? Because we have seen not a lot of uptake. Actually, before I go to you, because I think some of the stats we've seen worldwide on actual RPK uptake. Because we're weird here.
The surfnet.nl was referred to earlier as having a DNS deployment. Well, Lord bless them, they have an RPKI site also. I was looking at it earlier today, and it's been observed that RPKI uptake is outpacing IPv6 uptake, which is an interesting state to be in.
Considering we're running out of v4 very quickly.
Yeah, I think it was like 11% of the RIPE addresses, close to 20% in LACNIC. They've really done well. I won't say Aaron's percentage is too discouraging.
The gremlins are coming in. You mentioned v6. It's all over. No. Eric, why are we not all deploying it, especially North America? We seem not to be going at a snail's pace.
So I think the work that people are doing on RPKI, I think it's got a lot of interesting merits. I think it'd be interesting to have a discussion about the sorts of things that people see it actually remediating in the longer term as well. I think there's a handful of things that it proposes to do, and there's a handful of different ways in which you could imagine doing some sort of resource certification, but RPKI certainly is a design that's codified to help you do resource certification for people that hold IP blocks. I think it's not completely straightforward how you immediately use that in your routing system. I think the envisioned path of going through something called BGP-SEC takes a number of years for that thing to be standardized and then for routers to be forklift upgraded and stuff like that. But that's a separate story. Right now, what I think people are doing with RPKI is they're trying to say, this is a resource holder of, for example, IP space, and here is how you can go and verify that this resource holder is actually genuine. It's a brand new system with a great deal of cryptography. I think one of the things that we've learned in a lot of cases, but I'll just pick on something that I actually have a lot of admiration for, DNSSEC proved that putting crypto into something that hasn't had crypto for 20, 30 years is hard. Just if for no other reason than we're just not used to dealing with it. And so there's a handful of sites that track various aspects of RPKI, and it's got a lot of shakeout that needs to happen before we can really feel comfortable that it's an operational system we can hang on.
America, Aaron, for instance, and some of the other Rs have, turnkey systems, click, sign. What's the problem?
Yes, I think one of the biggest problems is that people, as Eric was saying, they're uncomfortable using certificates. And my comment is that please don't let that be a problem, because actually the utilization of certificates is the only way that you're going to get any kind of scalable authentication in any kind of futuristic protocol, be it DNSSEC, be it people who are actually deploying TLS or IPsec, and so on and so forth. The comment I want to make specifically to RPKI is that I was at the IETF, and there's an IEPG, which is a meeting that happens on Sunday morning, and a person from Ecuador was talking about their RPKI implementation. What struck me, and this is something that was interesting, is that while they're deploying it, they haven't yet made a decision in what they're doing with invalid routes. But they've gone at least through the exercise of getting their certificates, signing their route origins, and then the factor that still has to be decided on, what do you do with invalid routes? And when Sandy was saying, look how many people have deployed it, the question that I want to know is, what have people done with invalid routes? Are they actually dropping them, or is it still a, we don't know yet, we're going to wait and see?
Okay, so I have to clarify what I said earlier. What I was reporting was how many people have certified their prefixes and generated ROAs. I was not saying how many ISPs are using that information to judge whether a route is valid or not. That's an independent decision that every ISP is making, and we don't really have public knowledge of people who are doing that already. It is possible to take all this stuff and feed it in through your prefix filter generation engine and come out with prefix filters, so that would not really show up all that well in trying to decide whether people were using it or not.
But we have to make some forward progress, and I'd love to hear from somebody, if somebody's willing, if they've heard of RPKI, Ben, just have a question, or some reason why they just aren't willing to do it, or they're, something that's keeping them from moving forward on it. But first, we've got a comment here.
Hey, Jan. So my comment is, so how hard can it be? So when I deployed RPKI in my production, I measured the time, and I needed with the virtual machine generation and putting the validator in and configuring the router, I needed 17 minutes.
17
minutes to configure from the scratch to a working validation on my Cisco router. So how hard can it be? The next comment about the invalid routes. I'm installing them with the local pref of 90 for the moment. I don't have the cojones to drop the invalid routes yet. And my actual question is, do we have any data on, is there any activity going on to work on a path validation, not just origin validation?
Okay.
Do we have any activity going on? Are we building the software? Are we working on it?
Okay. Do you want me to?
Yes.
Okay. The route origin attestations, called ROAs, are used to validate the origin of routes, right? Not the full path, just the origin. There's other work going on in the CIDR working group right now to define a protocol that would validate the whole path. The route origin validation, you don't need to do any crypto in the router. All you need to get is a list of valid origin and AS numbers. Who's the valid originator of the route? The path validation is what Eric referred to as BGP-SEC. That's the next generation of this work. And there are people working on implementations. I do not have a view into vendor implementations. All the ones that I know of are open source.
So, but just to sort of clarify, so, and this goes back to something I mentioned at the beginning, not to sort of overly conflate things. So one of the prospects of BGP-SEC is path validation, forward signing. And one of the things that you might be thinking is that therefore I can trust things that go over this control path. But really that only talks about the message, the path that the update message traversed. It doesn't help you understand whether that route should have been propagated across a peering link. So it doesn't have that policy aspect. And that's in the design, it doesn't really account for that. So that's one of the sort of the fundamental missing parts, is that if you worry about things like route leaks, this is not the path validation that's going to help you. This will just ensure that an update actually traversed the path it said it did. It won't tell you whether the route was, whether the policy that spawned that route was valid or not.
Right.
Thank you for that question, Jan. And of course, he's available for consulting, but 17 minutes, that's the most he can bill you for. Just remember that. We have someone who's, I think, willing to give us his concern or comment. Go ahead, sir.
Sure. Sure. My name is Ross Halliday. I'm with WTC Communications. As we're sort of on the internet, almost the equivalent of an end user in that we don't really have peers as much as 3 full BGP tables. Filtering and path validation are very difficult for us since it would be everything at the same time. So it's very frustrating to see other operators not doing their own filtering properly. Our PKI sounds very, very interesting but from my perspective on the receiving end, it's very similar to email technologies like domain keys identified mail or DKIM or sender path framework. As a sender, it sounds like a great way to secure your identity and prevent you from being spoofed, but it doesn't do anything for spam. How does this address the problem of DDoSs in a system that is legacy compatible with user error, basically?
Who'd like to jump in on that one? Okay, I'll pick on Mary Kay.
I want to make sure that I understood the question correctly. So, I mean, from your perspective, are you asking that how would the path origin or the route origin validation handle issues like spam?
No, sorry, more like any spoofed IP. So let's say Comcast, they issue RPKI certificates and have their entire address space signed. Someone else on a different network could still spoof the IPs of another provider that does not have any such signing in, and even with validation in place, I would never drop those routes. I would still get all the spoofed IPs in from a provider that isn't doing any filtering.
I guess a little bit until everybody's deployed, what's the use kind of thing? So if there's still people who aren't RPKI, what's the point of it, I think, is the question.
Yeah, well, you've picked somebody on the panel that is not necessarily somebody that 100% believes in RPKI, yeah. So, I mean, this speaks to you have to understand in your environment how much value or worth is it, what kind of risk mitigation are you actually getting worth the effort versus the effort that you're putting in. The thing, though, with technologies like RPKI is remember that it has local value, right? So it would be interesting if, most people were actually doing some kind of ROAs, right? So that they actually attest with certificates that I'm allowed to send this route. But the thing is that how do you validate that even, right? You're trusting somebody with this information as you're getting it. And I don't trust anybody, right? So I'm even thinking about certificates, to the end. Right? And so in my point of view, you're speaking exactly to the issue that people have to think about. If only half the population does RPKI and only half the population does any kind of filtering, what is the issue from the overall global routing stability, right? But at least if most people do believe that a combination of both, so that if everybody actually has the means to certify with certificates, and let's say that I trust them, right? And that you know that most people are doing this, it won't solve every single problem, right? Because people can still inject the wrong route. If you don't validate, well, you can then propagate this, right? But if people also utilize filtering, then as a combination of defense and depth, I think you can solve more of the issues.
Okay, we have time for just 2 more comments or questions. So our next one here, we have a local IX willing to comment here. So,
John Nister from Torex. One of the things we notice, at least with our route server implementation, for example, we have 170 peers, about 100 of them use the route server. We talk about things like RPKI, which is fantastic, but I think I'm not sure having folks look at RPKI and dive right into it right away is a good idea if we have problems with some of the basic stuff, right? We have issues with peers that have routing registry problems, don't do prefix filtering correctly, and you start layering on RPKI, I think there's going to be this ton of confusion that goes through. So I think people really need to understand the basics before they move into something a little bit more complicated.
Are you saying that if they can't get that right, they probably won't get the RPKI stuff right?
That is absolutely what I'm saying.
Okay.
But he won't name names. Any comment on that, or thank you?
Well, there's the other possibility, which is that, you know, if you realize you got to do RPKI, you got to do it for real, maybe this will cause you to clean up your house as well. So I don't know. I don't know which way to go on that. I mean, it seems to me that it's at least as likely that if you've actually got to go through and you know, do it correctly in order to do RPKI, then that's your opportunity to fix it. We know that a considerable number of errors have been caught by people deploying DNSSEC. That was sort of painful at the time, but it means that their maintenance of their DNS systems have gotten better as a result.
And do we not think, by the way, you know, much like, you know, with SMTP, it used to be that everybody had an open relay and there was a name and shame, and that caused people to up their game. Do you think we'll see this with that? Is there?
It could be, anyway, as I'm saying.
Any other comments?
It's also possible that some of the features of the RPKI will prevent some of the bad behavior in routing registry sorts of things. The unauthorized registration, the stale data, that sort of problem.
Eric, last comment?
Do you mind?
Go ahead.
Oh,
no. Eric and then.
Yeah. Okay. So I just want to, I think that's a great question. There was a handful of things that I think were subtly made in that question, points I don't know, I think you probably meant to make. And one of them was, you know, principled building blocks. Like at the bottom, we're doing certain things. There's sort of we're building on top of. Let's get those right. Let's get the fundamentals right. If we're a basketball team, we'd learn how to pass before we learned how to slam dunk. You know, lots of stuff like that. I think that's very critical. I also want to point out that when you're talking about managing peering, whether it's filters or anything else, you're talking about a much different model than a hierarchy put on top of it. Like as opposed to like, hey, like the DNS is hierarchical. It is. There's a root, there's top level domain, so on and so forth. Putting an authorization model that's hierarchical on top of that kind of makes sense. When you look at your peering system, which is not hierarchical, and you take a hierarchical verification system like RPKI, you do have 2 separate models. And if they don't work well together, it could be because they're doing different things differently.
Okay.
Well, the RPKI
we're going to have to unfortunately go to our last question because I know we're out of time almost. So,
okay.
But we'll have our last question. Although for those that you didn't get to answer, I know not all of our panels will be around, so feel free to grab them.
Yeah,
I'm sure they'll be happy to talk. So the last question to you, sir, and then we'll go for any last thoughts or wrap up from the panel.
Hi, I'm Ronald Gruy. I'm Director of Research at Frost & Sullivan. So as an analyst, I'm going to ask a futuristic question. So I'll ask each one of you to put on a Jules Verne cap on. And for a minute, imagine the world maybe, I don't know, a few years from now, 2017, where we see, you know, SDN, we slightly touched on the last, it's a subject that's very near and dear to my heart. But we see a future in which certain functions, like for instance security in routing, basically become a service. We already have solutions from vendors like Radware, Embrain, etc., that are already doing that even as we speak. But you know, do you see maybe in the future a higher percentage of the routing just becoming, you know, the stuff that kind of vendors like Cumulus is offering now, where it's basically bare metal, and some of these functions like resiliency, security, etc., are being done by other vendors, and maybe there'll be that shift from from a hardware-centric model to more software and services. And how long do you think that's going to take? Thanks.
Quickly, for anyone want to jump in on that one, or anyone feel in a predicting kind of mood?
I can see that validation is going, an automated validation is going to be something that more people are going to be concentrating on. So, but it all depends on, do you have time, right? When you're making these quick decisions about whether or not you're going to be passing a packet or not, right? Do you have time to actually go somewhere else to double check? And I don't think that's going to be the case.
So I apologize, we have run out of time. Oh, sorry, one last comment? Yeah. So I'll just ask the panelists if there's a quick comment they might want to have on what they've heard, or just how we may be able to move the rock forward a little bit on this. Do you want to go first this time? Or?
Oh, golly.
Sorry. Picked on Andrew last time.
The prefix allocation system has been around forever. It started off hierarchical, and it's kept up with that. The protection system that we have to build for a hierarchical allocation system is going to be hierarchic. It's something that concerns some people. A lot of the features can be developed as outsourced services, as the gentleman suggested, but routing has to work before access to services like that can be available. So I'm not certain whether the actual distribution of topology information for routing is going to be possible as an outsourced service. We have some work going on, and hopefully it will continue to be see uptake in other regions. So hopefully.
Thank you, Mary Kay.
Yeah, for me, I think a lot of the technology has been created to actually secure routing infrastructures. What's really needed is for operators to get their heads around how they do it, how they create their processes, internal processes, to actually make it a reality. And as the gentleman in the back, had pointed out, well, we got to clean up our house. I fully agree with Andrew that actually nobody's house is clean. And so this is a way for people to look at, auditing, what do we have, right? How do we now tie it into some kind of cryptographic integrity for either our routes or DNS names, whatever. And as I've seen people go through the process, they're discovering all kinds of things that they can now clean up. So I would encourage people to actually starting to clean up. And I don't think just doing the basics is the only way to do it, but actually looking at how do you tie that into possibly utilizing RPKI and DNSSEC.
Eric, final thoughts.
So I'm a big fan of not trying to boil the ocean and not put too many things together. But at the same time, a couple of things that we've touched on today really feel like, and I feel like I'm worried there's a little confirmation bias on this, but I think that there's a couple of things we've talked about that hit a broad swath. So the extent to which you worry about certain problems like route leaks or reflector attacks or other things like that is the extent to which you might be talking about anti-spoofing, you might be talking about filters, you might be talking about the same kind of idea of how do I just make sure that when I get a route across a link, whether it's a customer link or I am the customer, it's to my provider, whatever, I take care of that and I make sure my policy is understood and processed correctly. If you were to do something like that, just simply make sure that policy semantics were abided by, you would potentially be able to deal with spoofing, you'd potentially be able to deal with route leaks and misorigination. So it's a fundamental, simple building block at the bottom, and I mean simple not as in that it's easy to do, or we all would have done it, but it's a small atomic step that has a big win involved. And so whether you're talking about RPKI or anything else, I'd look at what are the semantics of the building blocks to solve the problems I care about. And I think we've talked about a lot of them today, and I think you guys have probably talked about them in passing before, but focus on what solves the biggest problems for me. And I from what I've heard from a lot of people before, filtering is a big deal, and it solves a lot of problems.
Andrew, final thought.
I think that's exactly right. I have to say I was mighty encouraged to see that there's nobody here who has any problems with their filters. So already, obviously, Canada, despite lagging in IPv6, is way ahead in the cleanliness of our routing system. So you know, that's a solid foundation on which to build. I'm therefore a little concerned at John Nister's observation that, you know, it'd be too dangerous to turn this on because it'll all catch on fire. So one of these has got to be true, and I'd like to hope, in fact, that you can all go home and say, hey, this is all great. We can, in fact, build on this solid foundation that we've got underneath. But as Marika said earlier, you know, trust but verify. Check your filters and see how it is, and then use that as the basis on which to move forward with, you know, a more secure routing system, because it'll protect your business model in the end.
Well, much like the Oscars, and despite our best intentions, we've run desperately over time. So I'll wrap up. Other than just, I'd ask you, all our panelists have traveled a great distance, some from Vancouver alone, just from the IETF. So if you could all just give them a round of applause for their time today. Thank you. And I hear the band playing the music, so I will hand it back over to Dan.
Okay, so we're not done yet, but as we are, we have some closing slides. And if you have not yet provided a survey into the drawing, into the box that's going on over there, please do. So again, I just want to say thank you, for those of you paying attention, to Afilias for their sponsorship today. Oh, mic's not working. I'll use this mic. Thank you, Afilias, for the sponsorship today. They have made this possible for what we're trying to do. Also, again, thank you to the Canadian ISP Summit for providing the venue for what we're doing here with this ION conference, and for all of the support. For those who are on the live stream, we're having a crowd of people all giving their surveys into the box that's over there, and people trying to get into the raffle, because of course we are going to be raffling this iPad mini away. Brand new, shrink wrapped, all of that. It even says thank you on the back. So one other point before we do the raffle, you can share the information that we've had here today. If you go to our site, to ION Toronto, you'll see on the agenda page all of the slides for the presentations that are here, and you'll be able to see all of the content of what we're talking about here. The video, the audio is not up there now, but it will be up there soon when we get the time to process these. The video will also be posted to our YouTube channel. The audio will be posted to a channel we have on SoundCloud, and the slides are up on SlideShare. So we'll have those pieces of content there. Again, please do follow us on social media. Deploy 360 across the various channels. We'd love to interact with you, learn what your challenges are with deploying IPv6 DNSSEC, and also help you learn about new resources. Every time we have new resources, we push them out through our social media channels so you can find out about the new documents we're publishing and the new pieces that we have out there. So we would encourage you to follow us on those channels. We're asking you to follow us. We're asking you to stalk us. You know, we want you to check out what we have here for material. So again, as well, please, we'd like to hear your feedback. As I see the final pieces being put in the box back there, I'll say that we would like to hear your feedback again, because we want to help you get these technologies deployed. So we'd like to hear from you. You know, what can we do to help you? What materials are you aware of? How can we help you make these deployed? So with that, how are we doing? Got a box back there? Got a couple more. All right. Any kind of Canadian jokes we want to tell? Jacques. We should tell Jacques I did a whole presentation about DNSSEC, and we had a fun. Jacques and I we enjoyed this one. We had a fun time because it was at an ICANN event in Toronto, and I did this whole presentation, and it was about a mythical top-level domain, which was EH. Okay? Jacques was laughing and smiling the whole way as I talked about how this whole A domain would be done and stuff. But later, some of the people who were there just said they didn't have any clue what I was talking about. I was like, I lived in Ottawa for 5 years. Like, you know, I picked it up. Poutine. All right. Since we don't have any great Canadian jokes, what are we doing? You're shuffling. Do we have something bigger to shuffle in? We need something even like bigger to shuffle in or something. Is that good? Do we feel oh, somebody's out. Do we feel that this is random enough? Okay. So Jim Galvin is going to choose a piece. Now, if he chooses himself, we'll know it's rigged. Okay.
He doesn't trust me. No, those don't count. There you go.
Okay, we got something. It is
Must be present to win? Yes.
Samir Hussein. All right. Samir, come on up. Excellent. Here we go. Uh-oh, well, hey, no, come on up here. We got to get a picture. We got a picture up here. He said it's not even his. His wife's going to take it from him. Okay. All right, well, you just won the Christmas present of the year or something like this. All right. Well, thank you very much for attending. We appreciate it all. Please do let us know what you think and let us know how we can help you. So thank you, and do check out our website, internetsociety.org/deploy360. Thank you, and thank you to everybody who's been watching us from the internet. We appreciate it all. Thank you all. See you next time.
Sometimes we're at war again. Save the world.